I'm from
Dear all, I think the people from backside can come here.
Sure, right?
Yes, we are able to.
Yes, madam.
Okay. Good afternoon once again. I hope you've had your good hot cup of tea and some nice snacks which Professor Anil Kumar must have arranged. I miss those. So, as you can see, the session now will be on building a perspective on mental health and well-being. And while we are talking about this, I would like to say that, I've already kind of highlighted, stressed upon, emphasized, and I would like to reiterate that schools have, the focus of schools have remained to academics. But it is also very, very important to know that, mental well-being is a very important aspect and a very important concept of child's journey in the school. Why am I saying that? Because, there are a number of interactions the child is having in school with his peers, with teachers, during discussions in the classroom, with his principal, and so on and so forth. And these provide the context for child to experience varied emotions. They can be positive, they may not be as positive. Our own research, can I request everybody to mute, the participants to mute, please? Yeah, thank you. So, the context of emotions and feelings in learning is something which had been our concern for a long, long time. In 2002 or sometime, around that time, we had a multicentric study which focused on how emotions affected a child's learning, or which are the emotions which facilitated learning and which are the emotions which hindered the learning. We were concerned with emotional states, the contexts of emotions which are not conducive to learning, the context of emotions which were conducive or which were supporting learning of students. And in NCERT, we had taken up this multicentric study. think Professor Anil was part of that, because all the RIs, the data was collected, and it was a huge data. It was a huge qualitative data. And, we had got responses in regional languages, and that they were then, transcribed, translated, and so on and so forth, and largely what I'm coming down to is that students' feelings and emotions showed that, when they were happy coming to school, when they were happy that teachers were, acknowledging them, even as small as, acknowledging them with a smile, or somewhere, the students had verbalized, because it was qualitative data. Students had verbalized that today my teacher replied when I wished her, or when I wished good morning to my teacher. So, interactions of this kind made them feel good about themselves as students, made them also feel good about being in school. So basically, their engagement with academics, the research showed, was impacted by the kind of interactions they had with the school, in school, with the teachers and with their peers. And teachers being the most important, the most significant for any child's life in school. These interactions were more meaningful if the teachers had positive interactions with the students. The learning was more meaningful if teachers had positive interactions. I can just, before I move on, I just can't help sharing things like, there were verbalizations where students felt and expressed that like going to school was like going to jail. Students also expressed
Recording in
that
progress.
they don't want to go to school because they are being compared, they are being reprimanded, they are being sometimes insulted by their teachers, which makes them feel very uncomfortable in the classroom, and so they do not want to go to school. On the other hand, there were responses which also showed that I do not like to be in classroom because my classmate was scolded, because my classmate was, in their responses was made to go and stand outside the classroom because my friend or my classmate was humiliated by the teacher. So, if you really see, one is I face the humiliation, the scolding, and the reprimand as an individual. The other is I experience the same when my friend or my classmate undergoes that. So it is not that when a teacher brings in these kinds of emotions and feelings in their interaction with one child, it impacts that child only. No, it impacts the others also. In psychology, we call it a ripple effect. Such kind of negative emotions have a ripple effect. And so do positive emotions also. But the impact of negative one is more than the impact of positive emotions. Why? Because negative emotions are more intense. The intensity of a negative emotion is more. Even if, if you recall, you will recall more of your negative incidences which you experienced when you were in school. Of course, there must have been thousands and hundreds of positive ones, but that one stands out because the damage which negative emotion, the potential which negative emotion has to damage you, to damage me, is much greater than the positive emotions impact. So, it is in this context, it becomes very important that our students engage, or rather we as educators engage with our students in a manner that we create a positive environment, we create a positive, context for them to take forward their learning. Also, being a very research-oriented person, having background in psychology, I cannot help but quote these researches, which were, none of these researches were very small, they were all nationwide researches, which I'm just going to share all through my next hour or so. The other thing is, when we're talking about, children who were out of school and that age appropriate, the Act RTE, Right to Education Act, talked about age appropriate admissions. That was the time our research also informed us that children who came to school happily, who were actually visibly seen running towards the school, towards the classrooms, towards greeting their peers and so on, they had better cognitive outcomes. What does this mean? It means that engagement happens at 3 levels. One is behavioral, the other is emotional, the third is cognitive. Cognitive engagement is dependent on emotional engagement, which gets seen in our behaviors. Because I'm happy coming to school, I'm happy seeing my teachers, my peers. It shows in my behaviors and actions. So this research and similar researches actually give us an idea that emotions, feelings with which we engage our learners will actually determine the kind of cognitive engagement, cognitive involvement they will have, how much will they invest cognitively, if I may say so, in their learning is dependent on these things. So, behavioral engagement actually is a indication of my moods, my feelings, my, whatever, and then that affects the cognitive. Out there in the group, there might be some people who are forced to come for the consultation. Nothing new. There might be very pressing, situations and engagements which one may have wanted to attend. So when, behaviorally, I am resistant to take up something, definitely my emotions towards that particular activity will be different from those who are very eagerly coming for such meetings, for such discussions, for such classroom interactions, and this applies to the child also. And the outcome of that will be more. One person will be more involved in listening to what the teacher has to say in the classroom, what the colleagues have to say, maybe in discussions like this, then when we are not emotionally in that situation. I think I'm trying to build up a case for, socio-emotional learning and well-being as I take forward the discussion. So having said that, I just would like to take forward this in terms of, that I will be in the next, time to come, I'll be talking very briefly on NEP. I'll be talking about the National Education Policy. I'll be talking about National Curriculum Framework for School Education, the vision it has for mental health and well-being, how mental health and well-being is positioned in these documents, because and Ministry's initiative of Manodarpan, some researches which were done through Manodarpan on students and teachers. These are the researches which actually provide a window for the takeaways we have from this consultation. Now, all these aspects will be kind of supported by research, like I was just talking about some researches. And I'll draw examples from, psychological knowledge and my own psychological understanding and learning them. So, this is how I'm going to organize the session, right? Now, since we have talked about, I just gave examples of so many examples about, role of social emotional learning, the emotions and feelings in one's learning, let's have a quick look at what the policy says. I hope this is full screen. Am I right? Professor Anil, is this full screen?
No, ma'am, it's not full screen. Could you
No,
please,
madam.
could you please click on
Not
from
full.
beginning? I'm on top from current slide.
Current slide.
On the top, you can see two tabs from beginning and from current slide. Left, extreme left.
Acha, from beginning, from current slide. All
From
right.
current slide, yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Now is it okay? No. Is it
Not
full
yet,
screen?
ma'am. You'll have to click on it.
Full screen. It's still not showing full screen.
No, ma'am. Ma'am, please click on from current slide.
I did.
It might take some time to load. It's still not loading.
Yeah, because I did click on the current slide.
Maybe you can
And one minute,
ma'am.
1 minute. Now, no.
No, ma'am, not yet.
Current slide. Again, I'm clicking on current slide.
It could be, it's loading late. Could you try closing and opening the paper?
Yeah, I think that would be better. Just give me a minute. Huh? Sorry for this.
Madam, you have to click custom slideshow.
I have to click?
Custom slideshow. Madam, you have to click custom slideshow next to current slideshow.
Okay, give me a second. Just give me a second because this is being lost, so it is paused, the screen sharing is paused. So just give me a second.
Okay, ma'am.
Yeah, now it's fine, ma'am. It's full
All
screen.
right. Yeah, okay. It's okay? Yeah. So, like I said, I was giving examples from socio-emotional learning and from researches. Now, I was moving on to have a quick look at what the policy says. Now, I have highlighted and I would keep reiterating that, besides academic learning, we really need to be talking about, how children learn to get along with others, they develop sensitivity, they become personalities that are capable of relating to others, develop a sense of personal integrity. This is something very, very important. And this is what is envisioned in the policy when policy talks about holistic development, cognitive, affective, and of course, the psychomotor. We are talking about the policy in a big way is talking about, competency-based learning. It is, a transformative shift in the way we are looking at knowledge is being emphasized when we, look at the new education policy. It talks not only of holistic development, it talks about integration of mental well-being, and the focus is on socio-emotional aspects. Like I said, competency-based, so knowledge, skills, attitudes, behaviors. This is what I was trying to focus upon, when I was talking about beliefs earlier when I was talking about engagement earlier, attitudes we have towards work, towards our learners, and the kind of behaviors, which, we show in the class, and we may sometimes, unknowingly be damaging the self-worth of that child who has perhaps, not done as grave a error in the classroom as, the damage we have done through our verbalization. At times, it does happen, So, if we look at competency-based education, here learning outcomes are given priority over memorization. Application of knowledge, facts is more important than mere recalling of facts. And this is the approach, which is being taken forward in the national curriculum frameworks I'll be talking about later. Can I request the participants? May I request the participants to kindly mute, please? It spoils my flow of thoughts when I'm talking about something. Thank you so much. The next is about the kind of restructuring, curricular and pedagogical restructuring which the policy has done. We know that the policy is talking about 5+3+3+4, which is the hallmark of NAP. But if we look at these format and we look at it psychologically, we look at it educationally, I think it's important to highlight that it is developmentally sensitive. This 5+3+3+4 structure is developmentally sensitive, as it takes into cognizance the child's cognitive developmental stages from childhood throughout the school years. So the continuum which is created from Anganwadis to the formal schooling right up to secondary stage is what this new structure offers. The importance of early childhood care and education is well recognized in shaping the child's learning and child's development. Actually, this which is going to build the base for formal, education, for foundational literacy, and for numeracy skills, which are being focused upon in the curriculum framework for foundational stage. So this is, the second point of this slide. The pedagogical structuring also is in tune with the structure, the foundational stage, which is 3 to 8 years, here it is a lot of play activity, it is a lot of, development of language skills and so on and so forth. The next stage is preparatory, which is 9 to 11 years. Here the focus is on, an approach, a pedagogical approach, so that, which supports moving to a more formal and interactive system. Middle stage, which is 12 to 14 years, this is the stage when we talk of hands-on experiential learning. Experiential learning also provides the basis. It is actually something which will help us take forward our those skills we have just mentioned, sensitivity, collaboration, getting along with others. It provides the opportunity for pedagogy to be of the kind where this is supported and promoted while the child learns a particular content, whether across whatever discipline it is. So experiential learning pedagogy is highlighted in the middle stage, and it is actually something which is very, very important. At secondary stage, of course, it is a big shift where, academic restructuring has taken place, and where, child's career, aspirations, more fine tuning of, which discipline what the child wants to take, all that. This vocational stream has also been opened up, and all that actually is for the empowerment of the learner, and the flexibility of courses is quite a bit. It's quite a bit, and how this will actually be implemented. Of course, a lot of work has been done and is still being taken up. So basically, when I'm talking about school curricular and pedagogical restructuring in the context of NEP, the main thrust is that to move away from traditional rote learning method to learning how to learn and learning for real understanding. So this is something which we is a big takeaway from the NEP. Now, when we come to the curriculum, what is this curriculum? What is the preposition of the curriculum, and what is it, the pedagogy which is being talked about, which is experiential. We're calling it holistic, we're calling it integrated, we're calling it inquiry-driven, discovery-oriented, learner-centered, and so on and so forth. At the same time, it is very enjoyable, So, this is actually a multidisciplinary approach, which is integrated as well as it is inclusive, which is being suggested, And if I may move ahead, somehow I just thought, since we all are from the education background and we are all educators, so there's something more we should take, although I had no intentions of discussing NEP so much in detail, but I could not help myself. I thought let me have a little bit about how we look at pedagogy when we look at NEP 2020. It's important that experiential or approach to pedagogy is something which has been stressed upon. But what is the overarching concept which is given in the policy, under which pedagogy is discussed? One is content, the learning teaching materials, the textbooks, the resource material. The second is the ways of teaching. The third is the learning environment. So, when we are talking about content, we are talking about key concepts. The main thing which has come here in the curriculum is that only core essentials for each subject need to be identified. Let me give you an example, because we are developing the psychology textbooks. Of course, we have NCERT has developed quite a few textbooks, but let me give an example from the psychology textbook. As we are developing the psychology textbooks, we are trying to identify that at class 11th and 12th, which are the core essential content areas, concepts which are important for subject knowledge and keeping in view the age group of the student. So, there are subject requirements. A child at 5th class, a child at 8th class has to learn these core concepts of mathematics, so that as per the discipline requirements, there is a discipline requirement we are keeping in mind. We are also keeping in mind the child's requirements, the growing child, the individual's developmental stage. So keeping that in mind, the content is to be selected. So and the aim is that we reduce the content load in the textbooks and for the child. So this is one thing. The other is that we focus on a set of skills, attitudes, and behaviors across the cognitive, affective, and the psychomotor domains. So what we are trying to do is that we say, after we have identified the core essentials, the idea is that we use the rest of the time for critical thinking, for inquiry, discovery-based discussions, for which the pedagogy is experiential learning, and it is keeping this in mind, the content is being developed. Let me just add a little bit more, the curricular goals, which we have been talking about, the learning objectives and outcomes. All these three now have cognitive as well as affective. This is also supported by assessment, which is taking place even for socio-emotional learning. Besides 360-degree, it is also including this domain in a very explicit, clear-cut, black and white manner, that yes, we are measuring these aspects through this content, or we are, undertaking pedagogy, or we are providing inputs on these socio-emotional aspects through these pedagogical interventions while teaching English, while teaching mathematics, while teaching psychology, geography, so on and so forth. So curricular goals, learning objectives, learning outcomes, which are the core of any curriculum, they all have taken socio-emotional learning, affective domain in a very, very clear-cut manner. So, of course, besides this, the Indian context, the Indian knowledge system, the traditions, heritage, all that are part and parcel of the content, so that the content becomes contextually relevant. When we are talking about books, examples will be given from the southern region, from the southern cultural context for children of that area, and children from northeast will be learning, taking examples from the northeast cultural heritage and cultural context. So this is how we are trying to make it culturally relevant. Now, if you look at this diagram, I've just talked about the content. If you see the content and pedagogy, you see the arrows, you see the three domains, and how the three domains will be supporting the teaching learning practices. Now, from the content, we move to the learning environment. Like I mentioned right at the beginning of the session, the context of learning is very important. It can either create situation which can be humiliating to the child, it can create a situation which can be humanizing to the learner. It is that simple. I'll just give you a very simple example. A class is there, I'm asking somebody a question, teacher questioning, because me, everybody knows the importance of teacher questioning. So I'll just, take a very quick, small example. I ask a question to somebody who's sitting in the fourth row. Can you please answer this question? And before the child makes an attempt to answer, I just, very offhandedly say, oh, forget it. And I point to somebody, who's sitting right in the front and say, okay, now you answer it, So what I'm trying to say is very clearly, I'm giving an indication to that child that my expectation from you is that you will not be able to answer. Hence, I'm shifting the question to somebody who will be able to answer. In teacher questioning, we have been taught during our B.Ed. M.Ed. that there is a minimum, about 5 to 7 seconds time period before the question needs to be shifted to others. Because, by the time you understand the questions, you're formulating your answers, you're making an attempt to answer. If you move the question to the other person, it gives an indication to that child and to the learner that the expectations from me are that I will not be able to answer. So you see, I as a teacher have this belief that this child will not be able to answer. He's not so-called good in studies, and that is supported in my actions of quickly shifting the answer to somebody who's academically doing better. So this is how I was talking about earlier, how my beliefs are, being strengthened by my behaviors. So when we have this kind of a learning environment, on the other hand, we may have a learning environment where I'm supportive, where I'm caring. Majority of the teachers might be doing that and are doing that, But the thing is that such things, we need to be cautious because the damaging effects remain with the child for much longer than we can even think of. So we're trying to create a learning environment where there is a lot of collaboration, where there's a lot of sharing, where there's relationship building. We are doing teamwork, which all the policy is talking about, and which experiential learning, the opportunity to do all this is provided is provided by the experiential learning approach. If experiential learning approach is providing us the opportunity to collaborate, share, do teamwork, and so on and so forth, it also becomes very important that our learners are able to take the perspective of others. I'm only right, I'm the only one who knows what is right, is something we should, be sensitive to when we are, dealing with our teachers, with our learners in the class. Perspective taking is another very, very important aspect which creates a culture of, accepting other person's view, and it creates an ethos of care. So care here is beyond physical care, like I mentioned earlier. It is that, yes, I do care for your opinions, and I'm giving it ample time, and I'm listening, and I'm trying to, strengthen my beliefs or my understanding about that content, building on to your perspective. So a learning environment needs to be created to create an ethos and a culture of caring, sharing, where, we value our learners. Our learners feel safe to ask questions. Our learners do not hesitate to ask questions. So this is the kind of learning environment which is, expected and visualized by the policy. I have already talked about, how pedagogy, how the content is impacting pedagogy, how pedagogy is based on the learning outcomes, and how pedagogy also impacts the learning outcomes and the assessment. If you see, it is a very cyclic process. The kind of content we have, it is supported by the kind of learning environment we create, the competencies, the outcomes, and that assessment of that, how all this feeds into the kind of content we are giving to the learner. So this was in brief, very, very brief, to just give you an idea about the scope which is provided by experiential learning, and the vision of the policy in terms of the kind of content, learning environment, and assessment we are visualizing. Of course, these documents are very, very important in the current times, and up till time you must have gone through this. I'm not going to go into any details on this. I'm just trying to give you an idea that here we have a policy. From the policy came the National Curriculum Framework for Foundational Stage, which we developed in the NCERT in 2022. And this was the first step to strengthen the implementation by making, a curriculum framework corresponding to the vision of the policy. Then the National Curriculum Framework for School Education in 23 came out, which also has supported the vision of the policy, and it is based on this curriculum framework the current textbooks are being developed in NCERT. 1, 2, 3. 5 and 8 are already out. The work on others are going on in full swing. Some new subjects like philosophy and all also we are working on. And in the next couple of, maybe another 2 years, the total, from 1 to 12, all the books will be based on the new education policy. And other reforms which have been suggested by the policy are also on way. It's today only it was announced by CBSE that from next year 10th exams will be twice a week. So such a huge change, paradigm shift which has been made in the policy would take some time, but the changes are coming in positively. And okay, now we come on to I would just like to draw your attention, the session being on mental health. I would just like to kind of build a little base on how our work which we are visualizing and what we have done has its basis in the policy. And this slide is very, very specific to how policy has envisioned mental well-being. Now, if we see that policy when has talked about cognitive and affective, it is talking about well-being, it is talking about social, emotional aspects, it's talking about feelings, giving importance to, concerns which have not been earlier talked of. Or rather, I should not say that. I think I stand corrected. The earlier policies also had been talking about, holistic development, and so on and so forth. But I think the kind of the clarity with which we are working on the learning outcomes, on the curricular goals, I think that is which will make the effective concerns, the effective domain get into the school curriculum. Earlier also policies were talking about holistic development, but this one has given a way forward also, that how to do it. Let's do it through the curriculum, let's do it through the assessment. Like they say that whatever comes to assessment becomes very important, So yes, now effective has become important. The next thing is that policy has also talked about, that besides academics, good human beings is also very important. I was talking to you about being, about sensitivity, about care, about those concerns where the children develop a sense of personal integrity. They are able to relate to others. They are very sensitive to each other's needs. They are able to read others' feelings and emotions and act accordingly. So this is something which is really acknowledged by the policy. I would say the half a brain education which we were providing, and which we were seeing that it is only the rational brain we are talking about. Now, it is full brain we were talking about, So the next is, of course, I have mentioned it so many times that this is very critical, social-emotional learning to students' holistic development. I talked about caring concerns, I talked about the research and so on and so forth. In fact, in a nutshell, I would say that mental well-being, mental health and well-being is the foundational basis. It's viewed as the base, as the bedrock for providing holistic development in students, so that they become complete human beings, capable of, looking at the needs of others, their own, and academics as well. Now, again, a very quick look at the policy. This again, the policy such and such para is talking about, children's role, trained counselors and all that. And here comes the role of teachers. You, me as teachers all have a role as counselors. So we need to develop those skills of caring, positive regard, not being judgmental, and so on and so forth. And most of you must have attended the Nishtha program where we have focused on, this role of teacher. The next paragraph is on optimal learning environments, and which again is talking about creating a very psychological safe environment where child feels valued. The next paragraph is on talking about mental health and integration of that in the curriculum. And integration of this is what we had worked earlier. We had talked about in 2020 curriculum and the policy about constitutional values being integrated in the school curriculum. We were looking at peg points in our subject content where, we could talk about things like if we were talking about, nuclear explosions, we were talking about values, So similarly, we need to find the peg points where we can talk about mental health and well-being, maybe in the stories which are there, maybe in the content which is there. We need to find out which are those points where we can peg in mental well-being. Some of them you will see in the new textbooks. We are already making efforts towards that. Very quickly, these are the terms which I saw were part and parcel of mental health and well-being mentioned in the policy, whether it is mental health, academic career counseling, caring environment, 21st century skills, compassion, empathy, all-round development, so on and so forth. This is just to give you an idea that mental well-being and health is talked in so many lexical terms, if I may say so, in the national policy. Now I was talking about the national curriculum framework, and the foundational stage, it is talking about these things, and it is talking about, in very explicit terms, social-emotional skills needs to be, focused, and trainings need to be focused on this. Let me very quickly, build this with some research insights. I had taken up a research where we tried to find out that what do teachers think about the role of caring in teaching. I went to teachers in diets who were teacher educators. I went to the pre-service teachers who are in the process of becoming teachers and are undergoing training in the diets. And I also went to the students of class 8th and 9th in Kendriya Vidyalaya and in private schools. And when I asked the teachers, teacher educators of diets, what is most important when you see your role as a teacher? The teacher educators replied, finishing the subject matter, teaching competence, teaching all this, and of course, looking at the students' concerns, caring for students' concerns, which were mentioned marginally. Largely, the focus was on keeping making lesson plan, completing the syllabus on time, and subject competence was what was focused in a big way. When I talked to the new teachers or the teachers in the making, who had joined the diets, on what kind of a teacher you want to become, and they said they wanted. The responses were huge in terms of caring for students' feelings, somebody who was able to understand their concern, to be able to help, to be able to support, and of course, to be able to teach well. But the percentage was exactly inversely proportionate to what teacher educators said and what the teachers in the making said. They caring concerns were largely seen as the role of a teacher, Of course, teaching subject was also mentioned, but this was mentioned in much larger percentages. When the students were asked, the students also had similar kind of responses where they wanted a teacher who could look after their emotions, feelings, concerns, understands them, talks to them, and so on and so forth, and also teaches well. So what I'm trying to say is that, this culture of teaching, it gets premised in the kind of place where you're teaching. So elementary level teachers see their role as being caring teachers. But as you move up, the role visualized is subject competence. So this is where we need to, have some more congruence in teachers' role in the way they visualize. And the National Curriculum Framework Foundation stage has largely focused on this. And so has school education also. So I was just trying to highlight the importance, taking examples from stakeholders. So this again, is a crux in terms of how mental health is seen in the school education curriculum framework. Building student-teacher positive relationships is something, which is taken as important. And guidance and counseling system, taking support from the guidance counseling bureaus, cells which are there in the states is also mentioned, very, very clearly, especially when the concerns of career and career choices, subject choices, and all those things are, we come across that, when we talk about our students at that stage. And like you said, some in the inaugural also it was mentioned that adolescence is the time, when there are so many of these concerns. They're dealing with changes in themselves, they're dealing in changes in their education, in their careers, in their subject choice, peers, and so on and so forth. So acknowledging that, the guidance and counseling has found such a prominent place in the National Curriculum Framework that a separate theme has been, a separate chapter, a separate theme has covered this aspect. I had the privilege to work on this theme as a working paper for the policy as well for this curriculum framework. Of course, the role of principals and teachers and so on is also mentioned. Let me come to this, the initiative, which is Manodarpan, under its aegis, we are holding these national consultations across our different RIs. We had one in Niri Shillong of a similar kind couple of weeks back. As has been mentioned by Professor Anil Kumar, and very aptly, clearly stating that this is a ministry initiative for psychosocial support and well-being of students. Of course, it did start during COVID. Very, very clearly, it did start during COVID. I clearly remember the time I got a call from ministry saying that we want to start this and we want you to lead it, yeah, I was at home and I was trying to, not very well versed with digital and all, wondering how will this all take place and whether I'll have to go to the office more number of times and so on and so forth, the concerns which were so typical those days. But this initiative we started and in July, and then we took up a lot of work. I'll just take you through those very, very quickly to give you an idea of what scope this initiative provides to the school system, since you're from different backgrounds and you're from different organizations. Each one will be able to see what role they can play in this. Just listen to this.
Madam, you have to join audio. Something it is coming.
In progress.
Sir, ma'am's internet connection is low, I think.
No, actually, this was an audio. So I think maybe that you were not able to hear. Is that so?
Yeah, ma'am, we cannot hear.
Yeah. So anyway, I just thought you were able to hear, so I was waiting. So, we had made some jingles. It was the time when we started the Manodarpan initiative. We made some jingles so that, the tele-helpline services was the very first thing we started. We wanted our students, our parents, our teachers, to connect with our counselors so that we will be able to solve their, or at least provide, first level first aid to them, so that was the idea, and we had made those jingles, and of course, the other things I've talked of. The objectives also we have earlier discussed, to provide psychosocial support and all. And how did we do it? Like I said, the tele-helpline services was the first and the very first activity which we took up. Of course, simultaneously we developed the Manodarpan web page, and that web page now, if you open up the web page, the link is out here, and otherwise also if you just on Google open Manodarpan Ministry, you can go access the web page. Professor Anil can share the link also. I don't think the link is not very visible here. I think color is not very good. So in that you will get to see all these resources. We have done these researches, we have done the surveys on students and teachers. I'll be talking at length about it a little later. Very recently, we have revised these early identification. We were trying to, develop a very hands-on kind of a book for whether it is a teacher, whether it's a counselor, so that some early signs could be identified that here is a child who needs support. So this book very, very, clearly has been talking about it. Then we had a request from Navodaya Commissioner, he wanted that Navodaya students, when they join the NVS in 6th class, they need certain activities to warm up, to get engaged with the school activities. So we developed a special booklet for them, and that also is here. Then of course there are many motivational podcasts and all. Then a digital collation of activities we put under Mantarang, advisory guidelines during COVID, after COVID, helpline guidelines, tele-helpline guidelines for our counselors. Most importantly was the directory of counselors. This directory of counselors has about 300 plus counselors who are part and parcel of our tele-helpline. Many of them are students, who are part of our guidance and counseling course. Professor Anil would know that his own students are also there from the south. Tele-helpline, as I was mentioning, this tele-helpline number is on from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. We have about 80 counselors throughout the day attending to the calls and providing support on various concerns. The concerns could be career guidance, could be addiction to gadgets, bullying, could be how to get scholarship from Navodaya, could be schools not giving admit card. I mean, it is anything. It is Manodarpan has started seen as one stop for issues and concerns they want to discuss. I just want to have a very quick look. What do we do with these? We collect data of tele-helpline calls. We collect data from our counselors, them to fill in the details of kind of calls they have been receiving, at which stage, whether the person is a male or female. We don't want the name of the person. We don't ask, but we have given them a performer and they give us that information, because there are thousands and thousands of calls which are received. So we have this data, we analyze the data to get an idea that which are the concerns which middle-aged students are facing, which are the concerns which secondary-age students are facing. And accordingly, we take up research work, we take up material development, we take up Sahyog sessions, which Dr. Anil was mentioning, we take up discussions with our experts on Paricharcha also. So this is just to give you a very brief and quick look. These are the sessions which we have been talking right from the start of the session. I would request each of you to go to NCERT Live. These can be viewed on PM Vidya channels and NCERT official YouTube channel. And we have more than 800 sessions, if I'm not even 800, I would say 1,000 sessions of Sahyog. You name an area and it is there, whether it is anxiety, anger, expression, bullying, study skills, so on and so forth. I mean, there's so many of these sessions. You can, your school people, whenever you are interacting with, school systems, you can encourage them to use these sessions for the students. Cutting it short, this is the survey which we have taken. I'll be talking about that a little later. And I talked about towards students' mental well-being, a booklet which we had, developed for the Navodaya Vidyalaya. Then we were also asked by the ministry to do a teachers' mental well-being survey. If you look at the response we had 4 lakh students who responded, and we had about 72,000 teachers who had responded. Then this is the book I was talking about. Very recently, this last January, we had revised it. And again, you can access this. I can also, Professor Anil can give you PDF of all this. Email it to you, and maybe you can share the PDFs with all your participants. At least that way we have an easy access to that material. That's, one way of it, looking at it. Then, Mental Health Week, Dr. Anil has already talked about. We are trying through Manodarpan that we reach each and every child. So we, through the ministry, we send a letter to the schools, to the state secretaries, and from the state secretaries, it reaches the schools, where during that week, they are made to organize different kind of activities by the schools. And then the schools collate those. We did was on the mental health and well-being survey of students. We had addressed the state secretaries, the boards across all the states and UTs, and the then education secretary was with us in that program. and the Joint Secretary all through has been with us in many other programs. So, this is the capacity building work we take up with our regions. The idea is not to make it Delhi centric, it has to reach the regions, it has to go to each and every stakeholder in the region. So I'm not going through the details, it's just to give you an idea that this is the scope of work of Manodarpan. Lot of advocacy material is there. These are charts. These are materials which are developed in English and Hindi. And while I'm speaking, I think I had talked to CIT that we will get it translated into regional languages. I'll follow up and I would share those with Professor Anil for further sharing. This is on a lot of concerns, like those concerns which are mentioned in telehelpline data analysis. We pick up from there, whether it is bullying, coping strategies. I've taken examples of only 2, but there are very many. I think about 10 or so we have made, and some are being currently developed also. This was another important work which Ministry had handed to me while I was in NCERT, and this guidelines for prevention of suicide. We had called it UMEED, understand, motivate, manage, empathize, empower, develop. The acronym was UMEED, hope. There was a lot of discussion with the director, and we wanted that, because suicide is something when happens when we lose hope. So we wanted a word which exemplified that, and which also fitted in with an acronym. So UMEED was the one, and the basis of that is that every child matters. Every child is important, and these guidelines have been developed. We put it on the ministry website, got feedback, revised them. They're still with the ministry. We are deciding on and off, when these will be released. And sometimes, the time is not right, like now is not the time, because the exams are going on, Sometimes the results are about to be declared, and then that is also not the right time. Let me see how we work it out, and we'll be, and this actually is giving you risk factors, protective factors, myths, facts, warning signs, a comprehensive whole school approach plan to, handle, and what are the proactive measures to take for the prevention of suicide. So, very briefly, I would, I have talked about Manodarpan. Given a chance, I could have gone on for a lot of time, because I'm so passionate about, the work which we did in the last 4.5 years. I would want you to take you through 2 very, very, very important and significant findings of the mental health survey, the first of its kind in the country. And it is something which was very quoted in a very big way, and the ministry had been very, very appreciative of this. Let me take you through this to give you an idea. Of course, you should read the survey. It is on the web page, and try to see what is the, like, if you are from Navodaya, what are the Navodaya students saying? I'll just talk about it. Maybe I'm just rushing through it. Now, taking importance of that mental health and well-being is important, and how we need to kind of strengthen the well-being of students. It was important to know what were their challenges, and at the same time, what are their strengths, so that we could build upon them. So it was done between Jan and March 22. Of course, it took quite a bit of time for me and my team to write the report. And the findings I'm sharing with you. Let me give you an idea about the scale of the survey. We collected from 6th to 12th. We covered the middle school and middle stage as well as the secondary stage. So the concerns of the middle stage and the pre-adolescent and the adolescent were very well, depicted in this. And what are how these concerns change from middle to secondary were also very, very evident. You can see all the 28 states and UTs have been part of this, as you can see in the figure. The 4 lakh students, about 4 lakh students have participated in the survey. If you look at the respondents, then there were 10 types of schools and the students who participated in it. Let me tell you, we had this through Google Form because it was that time, when schools had just opened, and the concerns about completing the syllabus, academics and all was there, and so a decision was taken that we will send it to the state secretaries and the schools, and they would get it filled through their students. So it was a Google form, and keeping the anonymity of the respondent, these were taken. You can see Kendriya Vidyalaya, Navodaya, state government schools, private schools, Eklavya, Sainik, our own demonstration multipurpose schools of RIs, NIOS, the within schools also, and the Kasturba Gandhi. You see the numbers, maximum were in terms of 28% representation. More than 1 lakh students were from Kendriya Vidyalayas, nearing 94,000, nearing the same from JNVs. States also were represented, 84,000, private schools 67,000. So you can see how well represented the students are in this survey. Now, what we were trying to find out is, we were trying to see, how personal self and social self, what are their, how do they view their own ability, their self-worth, their adaptability, what concerns they have in regard to their body image, appearance, self-efficacy. What is their social self-concept? How do they view that others view them? What is their locus of control? Do they feel they are responsible for their actions or not? Peer pressure, support, and so on. Emotional regulation, we were talking about whether they can cope, they can regulate their feelings, because it was just after, COVID, about online learning. What do they feel about in their academic environment, performance, and of course, their physical health routines. Now let's have a look at, this is a brief of what 4 lakh respondents are saying. So maybe, it would take some time, Now, if we really look at these figures, I would like to sum up that the overall findings show that students feel responsible for doing well in their life and experience satisfaction with school life. If you see on the left side, satisfaction with personal life, with school life, and responsibility of doing well, you see the total percentage of students' responses. They are indicative of what I have just shared with you. The other thing is that majority of the students considered themselves as trustworthy and do not hesitate in seeking support, which is an important aspect of mental well-being. Their own feelings about their own selves, that they can be trusted, actually has a big role in their self-worth also. The other important aspect is that happiness was the most common emotion which was experienced by the students. This was something very, very encouraging for us. And when we inquired that what makes them anxious, majority of the students reported that feelings of anxiety were related to, not at all surprising, to examination results and studies. Many of our Sahyog sessions are focusing on handling exam stress, on best study habits, on effective study habits, on result time, interactions with parents and teachers, and so on. It is these findings which make us take subsequent steps. The highest level of anxiety was recorded by students during examinations and during when the results are coming out. And of course, online, of course, learning, they had also reported. However, what is more important here to point out is that confidence level declines, body image declines, satisfaction with personal and school life, sharing of feelings, experiencing happiness. There was a decline in these aspects. Let me mention satisfaction with personal and school life, sharing of feelings, experiencing happiness. confidence, this declines from middle to secondary. We need to find out the reason. What are the reasons that, such important aspects, these personal strengths, they decline once the child moves to secondary stage? Of course, we are well aware, we know it, that when the child moves from middle to secondary stage, he moves from a very common environment where, teacher interaction is more close as compared to when the child moves to a senior branch or a senior section of the school. Subject specification is not so demarcated in the middle stages as it is in the secondary stages. In many places, middle school, the child is viewed as the senior most. And when he moves to the section or to a different place where secondary education is taking place, even if it is in the same school, when he moves to a different kind of a section or a group or an area where the only secondary students are interacting, he becomes the junior most. So, it is in psychology called the top dog phenomena, that from moving from being the senior most to the junior most also creates some kind of a psychological disturbance. Not to forget, they are all adolescents and they are having many other concerns, many other changes which they are dealing with here. So this is what, the responses have been, the survey responses have been telling us. What is encouraging is that since students are saying that there is a sense of belonging they experience with the school, this gives us a lead that there is a likelihood that children will have better academic achievements and reduced likelihood of children dropping out. I have been talking of students' engagement. If feelings a student's self of belongingness is there, that this is my school, I'm going to my school. These are those indicators that students feel engaged with the school and learning. The students responding that there is a sense of responsibility. 84% have said that. You can see it, that doing well in life is their own responsibility. This is an indication that orientation of self is personal, in the sense I don't put the my orientation is that I take responsibility of my actions and I will not put blame on things outside my control if I am not successful. Something very, very important, Of course, student support during examination and all is again something which is very encouraging, and it is something which has come out very clearly. The importance of this is that when we are talking of making some action plans, then what we need to look at. I've already talked about satisfaction with school, doing the responsibility of doing well. These are the key positive findings. And emerging concerns are anxiety exams because of exams and studies, and peer pressure. Peer pressure is something very, very concerning here. Okay, this I've already talked about. Let's move to if we have heard what students say, we have heard what students are, what's affecting their mental health. It becomes all the more important to understand what our teachers feel and how they are looking at mental well-being. Very quick. The objectives were again, to see what are the sources of stress and challenges which are faced by teachers, what support systems they have, how do they cope, what are their coping strategies, to, what is the professional well-being and job satisfaction, motivators that keep them engaged in the job, and what are the expectations from the school system. Again, demographically, I've said about 71,000 across all the 28 states and UTs. We covered everything, but the numbers weren't as large as we thought we would have. Well, the findings were also not so incisive to tell us about teachers' well-being as they were about students' well-being. In both the cases, we used the Google survey form. But let me tell you, because students were of that age where, I think social desirability did not play a big role. In teachers, social desirability did play a big role. Of course, they are adults. So most of the responses, unfortunately, which we got were pointing towards positives. So let's have a look at it. I was telling you that these are the things, and these were the aspects we studied: autonomy, regulation, adaptability, aspiration. I mean, so many of this are there. It's impossible to cover this in a short span. The report actually gives you a complete understanding, but let me, give you a overall picture of what our teachers think. Not surprising. We are well aware that the responses had a big social desirability angle to them. And so we had 90% showing satisfied with work, 85 satisfied with work environment, and 76 receiving support from colleagues, 37 finding responsibilities, the other systemic issues more challenging than teaching, 94 felt that they can adapt to various life situations, 87 felt they can handle emotions during stressful times, almost 90% felt they could maintain work-life balance. Even till my superannuation, I thought I could not maintain work-life balance. I was giving more time to work than to my own life. Anyway, the responses speak like that. So 75% perceive schools give some importance to mental health concerns, same importance to mental health concerns as those to physical health, Of course, this is a gist, because each of this aspect has 5-6 aspects with more data, but like I said, just to give you a feel how to take this forward. This was something very, very nice, that 96% felt they were deserving of respect in a teacher, and we sincerely hope that this kind of feeling continues with a teacher if we have to make some very important changes in the education system, in our current education system. So 51% were talking about, how they were able to share their stress and their, concerns with colleagues and family, which is not so much, only 50%. Of course, this last concern is very important, that about 45% found managing student behavior most challenging aspect of teaching learning, most disruptive, most challenging. And these are the concerns, like I said, Manodarpan has been constantly attending to, and we would want your support in this. This again is, a brief idea about one small aspect about how emotionally tired and exhausted, our teachers feel, and that is very concerning, never was reported only by 30%. This implies that the others did feel some level of exhaustion, But however, we have to take these findings with a pinch of salt and with a lot of caution, because I feel that these are very socially desirable responses loaded with a lot of social desirability. Anyway, this does give us a picture about, what research is saying about mental health and well-being for students. Very quickly, coming to the end, I will just like take you through what are we expecting in this 3-day consultation. What is it that you, me, and Professor Anil are expecting from our participants? How are you going to take the mental well-being inputs, insights to the school system? One and foremost is, let's do advocacy of this initiative and mental health. We are really more important is to do, anything which becomes an initiative gets more prominence, gets more limelight. So if we have got an opportunity where Manodarpan is an initiative which now is becoming part and parcel of the school system. Through that, let's make it part of the total ecosystem so that mental health gets its due place in the education and in our school system. And for that, we have been repeatedly writing through the ministry that every school should put it on their web page, the Manodarpan web page. Some Sahyog sessions can also be linked, which then becomes, the posters and charts on Manodarpan can also be displayed in the classrooms, in the corridors, or maybe, elsewhere where, children at one glance need to can see what needs to be done for their well-being. Just small quotations, just small small two-liners sometimes help a lot. So this is one thing. I have been mentioning Sayoga and Paricharcha sessions, and I would reiterate very strongly, these 1,000 sessions have the expertise of all experts across different regions. If you are listening to effective study habits of Sayog held by Professor Anil, then you will have the southern area experts opinions. You take the same theme and you take Delhi Sayog session conducted at some other time, or Shillong session conducted, or a Bhubaneswar session conducted on a similar theme, on a similar concern, you will get inputs of those area expertise. So, you can have so many sitting in one place, you can have so many perspectives on a particular thing. And that is the whole idea that we have put them on NCERT YouTube channel. It has been rightly mentioned by the coordinator some time back that CIT has been the backbone, has been the support to take this forward, putting the directory, making tele-helpline services. Day in, day out, they have been helping us all through. So, this is how we can do the advocacy. Like I was sharing, that I can share the handouts, schools can take out printouts. I think since last year, under Samagr Shiksha, we are also giving some amount to the school for mental health and well-being, So under that, these could be printed, and, we could encourage our students to use helpline services. That numbers should be displayed. Advocacy is the first and foremost thing when we're talking of actionables. And for that, there may be many other points, which you may have, that should become part of your action plan. Then there's a need to prepare the schools, anything which we want to implement, some kind of a preparation is required. We are talking about whole school approach. Let our school stakeholders understand what whole school approach is. I am a pioneer in school. Let my role be known to me. Let me, like we always feel that the prevention of suicide, maybe, it is some Mali, some peon who sees a child climbing some staircase to go to the roof, or some person going towards the area which could give an indication that the child is going to cause self-harm. Not necessarily everything is to be centered with the teacher, with the counselor, So each and every person needs to know what his or her role is. So this kind of awareness is very important, and this awareness should start with the principals and the vice principals. They need to be sensitized about the concerns of mental health and well-being. Strict capacities of all teachers need to be strengthened in various aspects of mental well-being. How this is to be done, those plans need to be chalked out by maybe at the regional level, or maybe at the district, at the state, district, or cluster level. That needs to be part of the action plan. I've been mentioning, and I was very happy to hear one lady say she was from a non-government organization, an NGO. Partnership is very important with different government and non-government agencies and institutions. Their know-how, their knowledge, their learnings, their outreach, has to become part of the school system. We have to gain from what they can give us. So this is very, very important. Community has to become, if the child's parent is not with the school while we are talking of, handling bullying or substance abuse or prevention of suicide, I think then our job becomes much more difficult. So this is the second thing. The third is, of course, the school curriculum and learning teaching material. I mentioned earlier also that we already are in the process. Curriculum has taken this forward, so have the textbooks. Now we as teachers or our teachers in our pedagogical approach, the experiential learning pedagogy should ensure, as it entails that we can integrate all this, but we have to ensure that we as teachers or our teachers should integrate the mental well-being concerns in the content as it is being transacted in the classroom. You will see the books. There is enough scope provided in the content where this can be handled, where emotions and feelings can be talked of. You can engage the students in a discussion through a project, through an activity where all this can be taken up. Of course, assessment, Parak and holistic progress card. I need to talk about that. It is going to ensure that assessment will take care of all this so much. So even NAS is including items on well-being, on mental health and well-being, emotions and socio-emotional aspects. You must be already aware of that. The last is, strengthening teachers for well-being and competency among students. It's important that pre-service, of course, pre-service training and in-service, but both levels, we need to make a lot of effort. This aspect has been low priority up till now, but of late and even through Nishtha online programs, we are also developing modules, Nishtha modules on mental health and well-being, and it has started. Maybe by this year we should be able to offer those to our teachers, so the teachers can, and they are credit based. So they can earn credits once they go through those mental health modules. So that is one way from NCERT we're going to support training of teachers. But then at the SCRT diet and other levels, it is for youth during the consultation to make a way to plan, to think of how to do this, how to strengthen it. Our courses in RIs and all have already taken cognizance of this, and a lot is already being done. So this is, in strengthening the preparation of teachers by incorporating this aspects. And last but not the least is, we are talking about whole school approach. As the whole school approach is holistic, it provides a comprehensive understanding, and it makes a comprehensive attempt to reach mental well-being, to make it possible that mental well-being reaches the last child in the country. It is an inclusive approach. It is an integrative approach. It is a comprehensive, holistic approach. Let's not undermine our fellow workers in the school, because they are playing a big role. They are, they have a role in so many of our child's activities. So let's take them along and make it possible that we are able to implement the vision in the spirit the policy has, thought of, has planned, and make it successful. So this is all. I think I have made you really go through a lot, and I think with this I would end my presentation, and I hope I have given you some food for thought for the next 3 days, and for developing the action plans and a way forward for strengthening mental well-being in the school system. With this, thank you so much for your patient listening, and over to Professor Anil. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you very much, madam, for the excellent presentation. I think 4 years work you have briefed. Okay. 1 minute only. No, no. Thank you very much, madam.
Okay.
4 years you have condensed into 1.5 hour session, and the participants have got a feeling of the commendable work done by the Manodarpan Cell of NCERT with the constant support from the Ministry of Education. Thank you very much for your presentation, madam. Now we will take up certain questions, or if they want to share some of the things that are also welcome. Thank you. Please.
Morning, ma'am. Sorry, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Ma'am, I have 3 questions. One is related to any guidance and counseling courses is offering by Manodarpan is first one. And another thing is you have done programs like the surveys for the students and teachers. Are that survey are taken for the questionnaire developed by Manodarpan or any standard questionnaire? And also third question is it done in all regional languages or only in Hindi or English? Thank you.
Thank you. I've understood the first 2 questions. The third one, it was not very clear, so I'll answer the first one. Manodarpan does not hold courses. You know, Manodarpan is part of NCERT, right? Of course, it is an initiative of Ministry of Education, and it is housed in NCERT as a cell. So it doesn't hold courses, but yeah, through NISHTA, we are trying to now develop mental health and well-being courses, and that will be offered very soon. So that will be offered by NCERT under the aegis of Manodarpan. The second is the survey questionnaire was developed by us here in NCERT, following the technical aspects of questionnaire development, pilot testing, after tryout, looking, modifying the questions, and in the beginning, identifying the broad parameters. Review of literature helped us to identify what were the aspects which we need to study. Then deconstruction of that aspects. When we were talking about, personal concerns or, personal satisfaction, school satisfaction, then which are the, 2 or 3 or 4 aspects which related to school satisfaction or personal satisfaction. So conceptualizing the construct of emotional well-being for students, delineating their different aspects and sub-aspects, making questions on the sub-aspects, try out of questions, modifying the questions, showing the questions to the expert, again piloting on a small sample. That is how we went around making the questionnaire. Yeah. So the third question was regarding the
language.
advocacy.
Was it converted into all the regional languages, or you did it in only Hindi or English?
No. We did begin with English and Hindi, but last year I had made a request that others should be translated to all 22 languages, and due to some other engagements in office, I was not able to follow up. But I think, and I'm quite sure, CIT, our Joint Director Professor Behra, is very, very, quick with all these things. I'm sure he would have done it. Right after this session, I'm going to talk to him, and I'll be sharing those soft copies with Dr. Elneri.
Yeah, thank you, ma'am. I asked it because I also done it the same research in my research work, the psychological well-being and job satisfaction of the school teachers.
Okay.
So I asked him. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Any other
Good
question?
afternoon, ma'am.
Yes.
Myself, Manjula TGT English from Jawahar Navodaya Vidyalaya,
Yes.
application done by NVS. So we are happy that our commissioner or management has given a task to formulate, to derive a formula for student stress management and mental well-being.
Yeah.
But the residential school, ma'am, we are local parents and we are the responsible people for residential aspects of the students also. So I think that it will be a great help for us if you design some modules for reducing the mental well-being of the mental pressure of the JNV staff, and also give us some tips to for being mentally sound and in order to manage the work stress and residential components of the organization.
Actually, I had very long talks with Gyanendra ji, and it is the concerns in mind of students of JNVs, and being a residential school, this booklet has been developed, and I don't know whether you have seen it or not. This was developed almost about a year back, or maybe 7-8 months back. Like I said, I'll share the PDFs with Professor Anil so that he can share it further with all of you. Yeah. Thank you. Did I miss the question?
I'm sorry.
Did I miss the question?
No, ma'am. Sorry. Is regarding students, you have formulated some. So,
Yeah.
our humble request is to reduce the stress of the staff and for mental well-being of the staff who are placed in JNVs. So, can you formulate some modules to improve our mental health, staff mental health?
Okay, I'll take it down, but let me see how we can handle this, right? Let me see. Have you seen the Sahyog sessions on self-confidence, building self-confidence in students?
Yes, ma'am. We have been doing it.
You can have a look at that. And of course, I made a note of what you have said. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good evening, madam. Good
Good
afternoon, madam.
afternoon. Good afternoon.
JNV Karnool, madam. Madam, adolescent issues, any scale regarding tools, madam?
I'm not able to understand.
Psychological adolescent tools, any adolescent issues, some scales regarding particularly identify the issues, some issues, suicide issues, thoughts.
Yeah, of course, when the book which we have just revised and brought out to where, students at risk, those in that booklet, we have identified the concerns across stages. It has been, it is a stage wise, from foundational to right up to secondary stage. We are taking the concerns as we have kind of understood, we have delineated from tele-helpline services and the common concerns expressed by our counselors in our various programs, So those concerns we have mentioned, and we are dealing with them, whether it is body image, whether it is, peer pressure, bullying, substance abuse, aggression, all those aspects were concerns, even career concerns, all those aspects we are, talking about in that book. And even in the mental health survey, if you read the survey, you will find some leads on how to handle, the survey report also is talking a little bit on these concerns. Yeah, I hope I've answered.
Madam, thank you, madam.
Yes, are there any more questions or anything which I can clarify?
Online participants, any more? Any more questions? Please feel free to ask, unmute and ask.
Good morning. Good afternoon, madam.
Yes, please.
Good afternoon, madam.
Very good afternoon.
I am from KV number 2 Belagavi, Bujibali Marakop, TGT English. Madam, in Karnataka, now we are facing problem of getting trained counselors. So in our school, the strength is around 2,800. Only I have completed DCGC course and one more teacher is there. And we are teachers. We have been given 33 periods in a week. So along with this, it's very difficult for us to counsel the students. those who are having a behavioral problems, no. So we are not getting trained counselors in Karnataka. That problem we are facing. Second one, no, this tele calls, no. Many students don't know where to call. So this, whatever this mental health well-being numbers are there, no, those can be displayed in all the schools where, for example, Shiksha Abhiyan, where those are displayed, all the child helpline, how they are displayed, no. Such thing, the one number of this, no, mental health well-being, the numbers also can be displayed so that children can easily access and give a call if they have any problems. These are my two questions.
Yeah. Thank you so much for your observation. You are absolutely right. These are the numbers which should be displayed in every school. It should be displayed in every school. In fact, the teachers could write it on the blackboards, tele helpline numbers, could write it in the, some notice board which is there. It can be displayed there. Of course, on the website, it should definitely be there. So you can take this Manodarpan tele helpline number and you could display it, The other thing is, of course, the policy, and we all know that trained counselors, the numbers are, there's a dearth of trained counselors in the country, and that is why, we moved from specialist model, which is the trained counselor model, to a teacher counselor model. That is, at least the teacher should be trained in counseling skills so that something the teacher can give to the child when the child is in distress. Of course, a full-time trained counselor has a different role. But if there are certain skills and capacities developed in teachers, which we try to do through our Nishtha programs also, and so that also comes in a big support. The third thing is, it is important that you collaborate with nearby community. Each school collaborates with community, takes the help of people who can support you in counseling and guiding the children. So that is another thing, that community interaction, community support is very, very important, because overnight, trained counselors cannot be in the system. That is why, the policy is also talking of school complexes, that if one school complex has a trained counselor and there are a couple of schools which are part of that complex, at least the teachers who are trained in these counseling skills or who have imbibed certain counseling skills, they can get support of the trained counselors. The policy also has very well acknowledged, that there is a great dearth of trained counselors. Maybe you could encourage people from your state to join the RI guidance and counseling program. And, that is one way more people could be deputed to the course and it looks after. So I think that would go a long way. We have to keep making small attempts, small efforts.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, madam.
Any more questions? I think this is the time to close. I think we have had a marathon session from Anjum Sibia madam, more than 3 hours. I think you are not stressed. I know
No, it's always a pleasure to be with people who are very enthusiastic about mental well-being. I had wanted to be in person to be with you, Professor Anil, and it was my heel injury. I have injured my heel, which just could not make it possible for me to be there. And it would have been much more meaningful if I had been there all these days. But I will look forward to future such opportunities. And I'm happy I was able to share some of my insights, some of my learning.
Yeah, thank you, madam. We will be sharing your details, contact details, so that at any point of time they can approach you. As
Sure.
that the topic is close to your heart. For 24/7, she would be in a position to support you all. I would request you, please, get help from her for all your school plans our organization, when you want to implement the mental health programs, please consult. She will be in a position to guide you better. Thank you very much, madam.
Sure. You may just share my email as well as my mobile number. So, we are able to very quickly handle whatever is, required.
It was equally, what should I say, that, whether you are present online or offline, but it was effective. Only personal interaction, physical as such not happened, but, interaction happened, and I hope you are all happy. I think so. Yes.
Yeah.
Put her,
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Yes. Thank you so much. Namaskar.
With one more word, we couldn't find any other person for as an introductory session other than Dr. Anjum Sibi. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your very kind words. Thank you.
We'll break for lunch. It is 1:30, and we'll
Recording stopped.
2:15. I think our next experts have come. Dr. Manila is already here, who is a practitioner. So from the theoretical perspective, from NCERT, now we are going to the grassroots level, how they are going to implement in their school, and as well as their expertise in the field. So can you join by 2:15 here? Yes, all of you. Yeah. Thank you.
Madam, have you asked what your husband that?
Online participants can rejoin at 2:15. Dr. Manila from the founding principal of Delhi Public School, Bangalore East, with us. She has been a seasoned academician and a good administrator also. We are fortunate to have Madam Manila here, Dr. Manila here for our afternoon session. I request Nandana to introduce her.
Good afternoon, everybody. It's my absolute privilege to introduce educationist with over 30 years of experience and an inspiring leader in the field of education, Dr. Manila Carvalho, the founding principal of DPS Bangalore East. With a remarkable career dedicated to nurturing young minds, Dr. Carvalho is a passionate advocate for adolescent mental health and holistic development. Her vision is to create learning environments that foster resilience, empathy, and a strong sense of purpose in students. Dr. Carvalho's academic journey is equally impressive. She holds a PhD in educational psychology from Annamalai University, a master's in education from ICFAI Business School, and a master's in psychology from the University of Madras.
Recording in progress.
Diplomas and degrees in areas like learning disabilities and home science. Her strong educational foundation has empowered her to touch countless lives and shape the future of education. Dr. Carvalho also served as the former chairperson of CBSE Bangalore Sahodaya and a CBSE resource person, a member of CBSE affiliation inspection team, etc. A thought leader in education, Dr. Carvalho frequently appears on regional TV channels as an educationist and a woman achiever. She has authored numerous articles in newspapers and journals with research papers in esteemed academic publications. Over the years, Dr. Carvalho's contributions have been recognized with numerous prestigious accolades, including the Effective Principal Award by Education Today, CBSE Mentor Award, Crusader Award by Bangalore Sahodaya, Best Principal Award by Science Olympiad Foundation, Educationist of the Year Award by Silver Zone, Acharya Award by SBSC Jain Vidyalaya and Lions Club, State Award by Government of Karnataka, among many others. Her leadership has also earned a recognition for promoting environmental awareness and global collaboration, reflected in the ISA Award from the British Council. Beyond the awards, what truly sets Dr. Carvalho apart is her commitment to empowering students to lead meaningful lives driven by values of compassion, innovation, and lifelong learning. We are incredibly honored, ma'am, to have you with us today. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Manila Carvalho.
Good afternoon, everyone. Interesting and interactive session. Way back in 2014, a young adolescent had to undergo a trauma that he couldn't sustain. He was the only son of a businessman in a small town. He had two older sisters, and he was born after 9 years of those sisters. So the elder daughter or elder sister, his sister, pursuing medicine. Second one took up engineering. So this the third child, who is a son. So the parent had a lot of hopes on this son, and they said, no, you have to become a doctor. They pushed him to do science stream. Unfortunately, this child was not cut up for maths and science. However, he tried. He couldn't make it at all. Every time in the examinations, he's failed. Mother put him for tuition classes, shouting at home, beating the adolescent son, arguments at home, going on and on. But the compulsion or force to complete the science stream was so much by the parent. It was so difficult for the child to take it up. He was a young, handsome, tall guy, happy with his friends. He was a good musician. People loved him. Everybody liked to interact with him. But the studies alone was so much for him, he couldn't take it up. A day came where he took a handful of sleeping tablets and slept forever. Never he got up. You must have heard these kind of stories either through, social TV or through newspaper, or it could be happening in your neighboring relatives' house, it could be anywhere. Do we require sessions on well-being? Does it matter? I think keeping this scenario in mind, we feel mental health does matter more than we put force on academics. We are all teachers, we are all educationists. And our prime motive is our children should do well in the examinations, because I have taught children how to do well. But we don't see the other side, how much aptitude that child has got in my subject. We never look into that. But we are forcibly says, because we have to show our result to somebody, we have to report. That is the system of education that we have. Unfortunately, changes are happening, but it will take some time. But till then, what do we do with the adolescents? Can we afford to lose such young boys and girls? We have to ask ourselves. Moving on. In order to bring about a change in the society, we need to plan our strategies. Whenever we plan our sessions to make our teaching effective in the classroom, we sit and work out on the lesson plan. We don't carry on the lesson plan what I did last year to this year, because new set of students are coming with lot of knowledge, with lot of experience, with lot of thought process. So I need to update myself to match my students. These days, teaching in schools and colleges is not easy at all. Lot of challenges, because children know much more than us. They pose a challenge for the teachers in the school. Doesn't matter. You tell them, I do not know, I'll find out and get back. There is no harm to tell that I do not know, rather than telling something wrong to the children. Click of a button, children get all the information these days. Sometimes just to see the knowledge of the teacher, they may pose the questions. So let us not be fool in the classroom. Accept it. Yes, I have not read about it. Oh, something new that I have told. Doesn't matter. I'll check it and get back to you. Let us have a discussion the next day in the classroom. There is no harm, rather than saying something. So in this regard, what do? You reduce your stress level in the classroom. Morning, one teacher was raising lot of stress levels for teachers as well. Definitely it is there. Definitely it is there, because a lot of demands from the teacher side. It is not only the teaching alone, but in a lot of clerical work what the teachers do, and residential teachers have to take care like the mothers of those children. Lot of work. But every work that you do, if you do it with passion, if you do, if you start liking that work, I think certain amount of stress will definitely come down with this. So any work that we do, think that, oh, I love doing it. Let us do it this way. See, discuss with your colleagues, how do you handle the situations, and bring out changes like that. Now, strategy for promoting mental well-being, emphasis on collaboration between the stakeholders. Now, who are these stakeholders? Now, for a school, it is the parents, you have children, you have teachers, and the management side. These are the very close knitted stakeholders that we have. So whatever we introduce in the school, it needs to be done from the top till the bottom. Every one of us have to sing the same song. We cannot sing different songs in the school and make a chaos of it. Whatever we are planning as an approach or a strategy, that needs to be started from the management side, come down to the teachers, and then it has to go down to the students and the parents. If all of us work together in unison towards one challenge, I think definitely we should be able to bring out a change. Moving on, a whole school strategy for promoting well-being. Now, this particular picture speaks about how a teacher or a head of the institution starts interacting with her own staff members. A principal or the management, they cannot do any magic. A single person cannot make any magic in the campus. He can lead as a head. He's a leader, but you need to have a team along with you. If any school progresses, it is because of the team and not because of the individual principal or the management. No, it is the entire team that works with the principal or the management that matters. Now, how do you bring this team along? Can we put all the work on the team members saying that you do this? No, you need to have constant interaction with them. Take out the feedback from them. Take solutions from them. Get ideas from them. Sometimes, as heads, we do not have ideas. You get lovely ideas from our own staff members. Could be a attender, could be a driver, could be anybody. Take those feedbacks because at the ground level, they are the ones who are managing the situation. So they have better ideas. Teachers in the classroom will have better ideas to suggest to us. Take those ideas. After pulling all the ideas, choose the best one which will suit your situation. Choose accordingly. So come out with the strategies and discuss like this. Here, why mental being matters as a whole school approach. The other day, one child came to me and he said, I'm so scared to come for the PTMs, ma'am. I said, what happened? No, I've not done very well in my subject. The moment I go, teacher will yell at me in front of my parents. And I'm feeling very humiliated. It can happen to many children in your own classrooms. Many a times as teachers, we are authority in the classroom. But how do we behave with the students? We don't think about it. We never empathize at all. Is getting less mark in academics a failure in life? Is it? No, not at all. If I'm getting less mark in my academics or my studies, it is because I have not paid attention to that certain concepts. That is why I'm not able to reproduce in my paper. That is why I have not got the marks. It will not tell me that I'm not going to have a better future next. I may have better skills, which may take me further. I have students who are top scorers in the school, getting 99%, 99.2%. When I look at them, I feel, how are they going to make their life? They don't even smile. They don't even look at your eyes and speak. They're bookworms. Do we have such students? Do we require such people? We must teach them to enjoy the nature. Teach them how to acknowledge others, appreciate others. No, but we focus on marks, marks, marks. That has made the life miserable of our children. Let us give academics. Yeah. No, I'm talking about all the schools. I'm not pinpointing to any school. We are talking about children. Children could be from anywhere. Children could be from anywhere. So children from government school may move to corporate schools also, or from those schools. So it is a lot of exchanges happen. Yes. Yeah. So one way we are talking about mental health of the students, another way we have put in so much of pressure on marks. Why? Who are the ones policy makers? It is we who are adults. Why do we think that way? When we are talking about the mental health, yes, sir. Yes. Yeah, everywhere pressure is definitely there. I think it is you and I, because we together should work for it. We must raise a voice and speak about it. We have to create better individuals in the society. At the end of the 3 days, you are going to make some guidelines. Put it forth. Put your ideas, put your thoughts and tell them we are here to save the young generation. Sir, it doesn't happen whether it happens or not. But let us try. Let us try. Somewhere somebody will listen to our voice. That will benefit at least 5% of the children. So let us let us talk about it. Every time we are looking into the curriculum and the guidelines and do's and don'ts, lot of stress there on teacher as well. Immediately the teacher is rated in your class, how many has got this percent? Isn't a stress level for the teacher? Let us analyze the aptitude of the children first and understand, okay, this class, the results may be dipped because the aptitude of the children is this much. So it is not the mistake of a teacher. She has tried her level best. Observe the class of the teacher, rate the teacher, conduct sessions for the teacher, bring about trainings for the teachers. That brings a change in the children. Whole day the teachers are there from morning till evening. Children are with us. We are like father and mother in the school for the children. Parents are not with them. It is said, mother should be like an aunt to the child. We are all very close to our aunties. We speak to them, we go to them. But the moment that comes to the mother, we have that. We don't come that close like how we go to our mother. So it is said these days, a mother needs to be like an aunt to her own child. So that child opens up everything. And even at home, generally the children go to the mother first, then the father. Depends, very rare cases are there where they go to the father also. Because sometimes it depends upon the interaction that they have at home. So, very sad situation. Very, very sad. See the stress level on those children. Now, who is looking into that? I think our policy makers should look into that matter rather than we are speaking simply on mental health issues, rather than dealing at the ground level with such people. I think that is the focus we need to put in. I can really understand. I too have seen, but let us not stop speaking about it. Let us speak. Let us make our voice loud and clear, saying that these things are happening, but somebody should listen to us and put a full stop for that. It is not picking from here. Here. Now, the collaboration that we do in the school should bring about equity among the students. Nowadays, we have to take the children in the school irrespective of their abilities. Whatever disability they have, whatever level of learning they have, we cannot deny admission to any student. Very good. Let us take our children and teach them. Teach them according to their capacity. So whatever changes we are bringing in, we should keep in mind, inclusivity in mind, providing the same learning to the students, maybe either, disabled, physically they are disabled, or visually impaired, or hearing impaired, whatever could be the reason. Let us provide the same platform to these children. There are teachers in the school who belong to this category. What are we doing for them? Are we listening to their woes? We need to give them extra support in the classroom. Many schools are there where don't have ramps. I was discussing with a principal in a village. He was telling, ma'am, the moment adolescent sets in, when the children are about 10, 11, 12 years old, I could see that in my school there is a dropout of girls. Being a man, he said, let me do research why it is happening. And he found out with the help of the other lady teachers, he visited the homes and found out that a lot of girls stop coming once they are matured because they did not have proper toilets and proper water facility in the washroom. So this particular headmaster took the initiative to talk to the villagers and the panchayats and well-wishers, managed to get the water tap and build toilets, by which he started increasing the girl students coming to school. And in that village, girls used to get married very early. Of course, he used to educate them till 18 years. The girls should be there only after, but still after 18 and the girls were married, he used to make sure to reach out to the house. Exams were on. He used to bring those girls to the school along with their children to give education in the campus. It is said once you educate a mother, you're educating a village. So he took the spearhead. So it is the passion of that particular headmaster that he was able to bring in so many girls to the school and educate them. There is nothing impossible for us if we want to do. If as a person, if I want to do something, I can go that extra mile and think various ways how I can bring about a change. Here, think of sustainability in school. There are some children who are not academically oriented, but they're very good at other things. Maybe some extracurricular activities. Encourage them to take up their hobbies. Something on environment they could do. Something in open, you can teach them. Some children cannot read from the textbook. Give them hands-on, experiential learning. Of course, I am from the CBSE background where we speak about experiential learning, NEP also speaks about experience. Give that to the children. So let them learn through that. Give them peer learning. When I teach in the classroom, my child doesn't understand, a bright child in the classroom, tell him to teach. Children will pick up faster than what you have taught because they will speak in their language and their understanding. So peer learning is something very, very essential in the classroom. Dear teachers, please bring in this initiative. You're not wasting your time at all. Because at the end of the day, after teaching my chapter, the learning outcomes we focus on a lot. So if the learning outcomes are not met, my teaching is redundant. What am I doing teaching those 4 or 5 periods if my learning outcome is not met? So keep the learning outcome in mind. What you want the children to learn at the end of my teaching? Then you bring in changes in your system of teaching, your lesson plan. These days, children are technology oriented. And almost all the schools these days, we do have smart boards, we have interact boards. Bring on certain things because there are different type of learners in the classroom. Some can see and learn. Some can hear and learn. Some can touch, feel, they learn. So let us cater to the different learning styles in the classroom. Moving on, collaboration. Talk to all the stakeholders. It could be your own staff members. Bring them together. It could be your alumni, the old students of your school who has gone through the school curriculum and the experience. They may come up with better ideas. They may come up with suggestions. Bring them together. Your neighboring community. Maybe, we have doctors in the community. Village panchayat people are there or NGOs are there. Collaborate with them to bring about changes in the school level. Okay. Now this one. How many of you remember reading this in the newspaper? Happened on 13th. No, 20th. No, she jumped for 10th. On 13th it happened. I brought in this because it is better to look into the recent happenings. We have advanced so much in the technological world. But what is happening here? 13-year-old girl, 10th standard class girl, she jumps from 20th floor in Bengaluru and dies. Why? What is the reason? What could be the reason? Stress. What happened? What is the reason it came in the paper? Mother told her to study. Dear educators, when the stress is built up, it doesn't build all together. So when you make rice in a vessel, you put the rice, hot water, and the water starts slowly boiling. When the boiling level goes very high, even if you put a plate on that, it pushes. When they reach that level, they get into this kind of an act. So the stress level doesn't build all of a sudden. There it slowly gets built. So there could be many more reasons for this child. But final reason what this mother has told to it. But there again, how the mother has told, we do not know. Was she so sarcastic to this child always? Or mother was called to school and the teachers always accused, saying that your child doesn't study. She need not come to school. Let her be at home. We cannot pass her this time. She has to repeat the class next year. We do not know. Or sometimes neighboring child is studying better than my own child. Comparing happens. Or my attender's child is studying better than the boss's child. Happens. So these are the cases where the children are putting an end, where the stress keeps on building and building. It piles up and one particular time it bursts and it results like that. Moving on. Here, collaboration among stakeholders we already discussed. Many a times our stakeholders are there. Reach out to them. Madam also said in the morning somebody, we do not have counselors. In the school, 1 or 2, depending upon the strength, maybe 10, 15 maximum. But it is essential for all the teachers to know the basic skills, how to handle psychological problems in the classroom. When you get hurt, we do not have hospital in the schools. Of course, we may have a small infirmary. What do? We give first aid there. The same first aid what we give when the child is injured, the first aid needs to be reflected for those children who are suffering psychologically. Let us give that first aid. And who can give that first aid? It is the teachers. Board exams are happening. Brilliant children go to the center and withdrawal symptoms. They get so scared they don't want to write. They start sweating. Looking at the paper, they think, I've forgotten everything. Then counselors are there who will step in and talk to the child, calm them down and tell them, okay, now write. So that particular counselor who is there in the school, she is trained counselor who can do more things in depth for the child. But initial first aid needs to be given by us as teachers. We have to give that first aid, then refer them to the counselor, because in depth, she will do the study and guide them accordingly. Now, collaboration among all stakeholders. First one is educator, then the students, and then the parents. Now with the educators. In the school, when we talk to the children, yes, I've been told by madam, we have to do counseling in the school. Let us not do openly in the classroom like that. When you need to talk to the child, don't call to principal's chamber. Very threatening place. If you are called by the principal, so many thoughts are running into your mind. Wow, what have I done? The principal is calling me now. How about children? Even if principal calls you to appreciate, we think only negative in our mind. How about these children? Never call child to the principal's chamber. Call them separately. Maybe in the playground or in the cafeteria if you have, or maybe, library, any lighter place where the child will feel comfortable. Talk one-to-one. What is the purpose of you calling the child? That needs to be met. You don't want others to see you are counseling that child. Call them one-to-one and talk to the child. Understand. Child will not open up in a first or second instance. He will also take time to understand you. Only if the child feels comfortable, then only child opens up. Your repeated effort, if the child is not opening, child is rigid, so you have to immediately shift him to somewhere else where he finds comfortable with the other teacher or a counselor. So don't make big, when we conduct the exams in the classroom, we hold the papers in the hand and calling out the names, reading out the marks and giving the papers. Why? Why somebody else should know my marks? Let us not do that. We are teaching individual children. Let the child know how humiliated the child feels when I get less marks and others know about it. And children are children. Sometimes they make fun of others. Is it required? Our purpose is to make the child understand and do well in the examination. Let us look into that, not humiliate the child. Let us not give this kind of a ranking in the classroom, which brings the morale down of some student who may be extremely good in other activities, but not in studies. Here, support to participate in mental health, other colleagues, the peers. You can organize, have some students in the school who can, create a committee. So they will mingle with the other children. Any problem that they have, they come and tell us. Huge schools where you can't reach out to the children, but sometimes children don't come and tell us. We don't know at all. We are in the school, but what happens between them, we will not know. How we will come to know? Appoint these small ambassadors in between, plant them. They are with the students. They will know what is happening. They will come and inform. Then we can take action. Not to, humiliate them or to torture them, but to find solution for their problems, reaching out to them. So we have to help these children. So have committees. And these children can also put up you have nukkad nataks, whatever problems that happen in the class, tell them to take that theme and put up a nukkad natak. Or 2-3 schools collaborate together, have an exchange program kind of a thing, talk to each other. That also could be organized. Here, parental involvement. Involve the parents. All the parents are not the way that we think. Sometimes it depends upon the upbringing, the society in which they are living, their own experience that they have got. So we need to handle so many things along with our teaching. So have the parental community and talk to them. Have grandparents day, involve them in the small activities, call them as volunteers when you're organizing certain activities, talk to them about the mental health. Among the parents, there could be so many doctors, so many NGOs, invite them to school, have some sessions through them. And whenever they come, they don't charge. So it doesn't become a financial burden on the schools. So you can have the programs for the small groups like that. Beginning of the year only, distribute your classes, which class who is doing and what they are doing. Give responsibility for small committees to organize these things. For every activity, have a committee so they can really focus on that and work in that direction. If one person says, no, I will only do, and it becomes too much on their head. So better distribute the work so that when the work is distributed, it becomes lighter. Yeah, one more. 2 students found dead at Ashoka University. How many of you remember reading this recently? One child died, he hung himself. Another one died near the gate, same day. So I was just trying to understand what is the reason. The one who committed suicide, he has written a note, but it has not been published so far. What is the reason? The other child who died near the gate, they said cardiac arrest. So what is the cause behind it? Why these youngsters are doing like this? Who is responsible? As adults, are we creating an environment for such children to be safe in the campus? Parents have sent the children to study. It may not be the problem, mistake of the university also. We don't know. Children have just gone. I told you that pressure starts building and it must be ruptured here. So we cannot blame the institution. We have to blame the environment that we have created for the children. Have we created good environment for these students? What could be the pressure? We register our children in 9th standard for 10th standard exam and 11th standard for 12th standard exam. After August, so many children come back, ma'am, I want to change the subject. Want to shift from science stream to commerce stream or humanities. Or want to give up maths and take something else. It is nice they're observing initially and the parents are acknowledging. But at a certain group of children, their needs are not heard at all. They are pushed to the boundary and they struggle in 12th standard. They will have, sleepless nights. They cannot concentrate. We had a student whose parents were doctors. And both of them, since they're from the medical field, they want their son also to take up medicine, but the child was least interested. Forced him to take science stream. The child becomes so aggressive. He refused to talk to the parents. Whenever we call the parents to school, parents used to come and cry. Top doctors in big hospitals in Bangalore. They used to sit and cry, saying that my child doesn't speak to me. He comes home, shuts his door and is inside. Now, who has created this? It is we as parents. We have not listened to the child. I told the doctor, instead of making him a doctor, making him an administrator. You have hospital, he can run the hospitals for you. Think something. No, we are doctors. My child should become a doctor. It doesn't happen that way. Each individual is different. Each person is different. What I want, the child need not be. Give a space for these children. Do we have that kind of, in the house, the moment you go, what is the situation in the house? It is not the mental stress for the child alone, mental stress for the parents also. There is no happiness in the house. We are only responsible for these things. Here, engaging parents and families. Parents are the prime caregivers and crucial for child's well-being. There was a child who was very intelligent in studies. And that time, 9th standard question paper used to come from the board. Recently, few years back, I think those who are handling 9th and will know. So the moment we started the examination, this child started showing withdrawal symptoms. Initially, we thought, okay, the child may be not well, not coming for the examination. Even if for the half yearly exam it happened, for one exam he came, other two exam he did not come. He used to feel giddy, he used to fall, parents would rush him to the hospital. Then we started discussing what could be the reason for this child. He was a brilliant, loved by everybody, very nice, affectionate boy. He was good in everything. Without even studying also, he could have got good marks. That kind of a boy he was. When he was not coming for the examination, then I made a visit home along with my coordinator. And when I went there, I could see a gold medal hung on the wall. And that is father's gold medal. And there in the house, every day the discussion was, you also should get the gold medal. I have got gold medal. Your grandfather also has gold medal. So you also should gold medal. That gold medal was creating a problem for this child. So the child started thinking, if I don't study well and do well, and if I don't get gold medal, I will not make my parents happy. That triggered anxiety in this child. It became so bad. Even for 10th standard exam, this child couldn't come. So severe it became. But immediately what I did, I registered them for an open school, National Institute of Open Schooling, and I was. And also our school for 2 years he couldn't do. Twice we registered him for the exam, 2 years he couldn't do. Third year, the child came to me, he said, ma'am, I know you're going to help me out. But this year I don't want to appear from our school because there are already children who are 2 years older to me in the same class. Could you please help me to get admission in another school? I spoke to my neighboring school. The principal was kind enough and she gave him admission. We spoke to the CBSE office. Admission was granted. Luckily, in that year, pandemic, all kids were passed. He also passed. 10th standard over. Now, since then, this child is trying for 12th standard exam, just not able to come to school. He has not completed his 12th standard. I'm in touch with him. I'm constantly telling the parents, register him for NIOS. Let us clear from there. One by one, let him come and give the exam. Because once you register, you can attempt 9 times for NIOS. And you have to pay fees only when you're doing the examination. It's a beautiful board where you have flexibility in examination which no other board has got. So I advocate NIOS a lot. And, it's a beautiful board. So child is still struggling. Parents have broken down. The arrogance that I had when they spoke to me, now they literally fall on my feet. Ma'am, do something. Who is responsible? It's we. We don't think from the child's point of view. We want that which will glorify us. Moving on here. Parental engagement, then effective communication. Whenever we have some problems with the children, communicate effectively. When children come to our school, when we know that they are not studying properly, could be some kind of, difficulty in the child. Let the assessment be on. Let the school counselor do the assessment. Or you can invite a counselor from some other school to help you to do the assessment. And find out what could be the reason the child is not performing well in studies. All the boards are supporting these children by giving them extra time, by giving them scribe, by change of subjects. If they don't want maths, they can take some other subject. If they find a difficult language, they can take some other subject. So a lot of support is given by the board. Communicate to them. Initially, it is very difficult to communicate to the parents because no parent wants to listen that my child is special. Nobody wants to listen. It is natural, but we have to make them realize, if I don't accept the fact, if I don't accept the truth, then who will help the child out? Help them gradually and they will fall in place, and support these parents. Here, mobilizing the community support. You have health professionals near neighboring schools, near your school, the neighborhood, if you see, lot of health professionals are there, Anganwadis are there, teachers, sometimes they can come and speak to the children. Nurses are there who are very good nurses who can come and conduct some classes there. Local organizations, NGOs are there. Your alumni is there. Your parents are there. Try to mobilize things from there. Sometimes we don't everything everywhere we feel shut, but we are not digging into this. These are the areas you get lot of resources and you can save a lot of money as well. It is financially, it becomes very easy for us. We don't have to spend much money on that. So reach out to such people. Here, mobilizing community support here, where you take the children to the community, to the panchayat, to different schools, and maybe about drug abuse. Children take drugs. What is that? Where children take vape, like smoking. They take these days in many schools. It is there. Things are happening. Let us bring awareness in the school. Every school try to be safe, but no school is safe. Every school, everywhere, children are using. Any remote area you go, BDs. Children are doing that. So we cannot tell that in my school it is not happening. In every school it happens. Let us not give a blind eye to that. Let us accept. Let us do something for these children. Here, taking the children out, organizing some events, learning from the field, bring out some case studies. A lot of case studies are there in CBSE portal. NCERT has given a lot of case studies as well. Look into the small case studies, divide the class into 4-5 groups, give it to them, let them discuss and come forward and give solution for that. This is the best way to do in the respective classroom. Have some ground rules for the classroom. Talk to the children, let them come with a solution, because they are our future. If they do, they will definitely take it forward. NGO contribution, free of cost NGOs come in. Lot of companies these days do a lot of this social service work, CSR work we call. They don't charge anything, but you should go and call them. You should reach out to them. We can't sit in one school and tell them nobody is there to support us or help us. People are there. Go out and search for it. You will get. Reach out to the companies. They will send people to your schools on various topics. Technology. Children are so used to this technology. They were born in that era. They cannot live without it. Tell them to come and talk about cyber security. Tell them to use how to use this technology in an ethical manner. Good resource persons are there. They will come and speak. Then implement collaborative strategies for effective program implementation. So whenever you think of bringing in some change, I told you it needs to be done from top to the bottom. The entire school must take this on priority, and all your activities, whatever you're organizing, maybe it's your regular assemblies or your annual days or any sports days or any, some exhibitions, put under this particular theme what you're going to bring about a change. So everybody speaks on the same, that becomes a song of the school. Then only you can bring a change. Yeah, learning from the field where, NGOs come and talk to the children, or it could be alumni. Yeah, take them out, do some research. They can go through some manuals, libraries, you can take them to different set of schools where they can discuss and talk about it. Strengthening mental well-being. Yeah. How to strengthen our well-being. One is through organizing mindfulness, programs. Now, what is mindfulness program? Now, when you talk about mindfulness, you have to experience that within yourself. For example, simple one I'll give you. You're eating a chocolate for it. So when chocolate you get, just take and you finished. But if you eat it mindfully, you're taking out the chocolate first. You're looking at it. You're feeling that chocolate. Then slowly opening the wrapper, looking at it, and analyzing the size, the texture, and then you put in the mouth. And slowly, maybe a Cadbury is a small piece you're putting in the mouth. Then you're feeling the taste of that. And how your taste buds are reaching out to that. The texture on your tongue, the saliva that comes because the sweetness, that is doing in a mindful manner. So every work that you do, if you do it in that manner, the results are always positive and better. That is why mindful activities are organized for the children. Yeah. SEL, what does SEL stand for? Social emotional learning. Very essential. All of us have a lot of emotions. Sometimes we don't show. Ladies, we show immediately in the form of tears. Immediately we cry. But especially boys or men, they hold on to these emotions. which is not good. Even in the school, for that matter, when the children, boys, they don't, we can't tell them you're crying like a girl. We should never say that. We should allow any person to shed tears. It should come out. The feelings are coming out. Nothing wrong if a human being cries. When you cry, the stress comes out, the feeling comes out, and then it makes you lighter. Very essential. These days, it so happens, there was one priest. He had organized one seminar, and he invited the youth to participate in this seminar. So one youth come rushing in the morning to the priest and said, "Father, how many Facebook friends do you have?" And the father said, "Face and book. I know only face and book. I don't know Facebook friends." Then the young boy said, "Father, I have 38,000 Facebook friends." And the father was feeling 38,000 Facebook friends. Maybe he's a big gentleman. Then he said, "Okay, how about Instagram? How many followers in Instagram?" And the father said, "Instagram? I know only kilogram. I don't know about Instagram." Then I have 5,000 followers, he said. And then after that, the young boy left. The day's seminar got over. So another priest comes and asks his father. He says, "In the morning, one boy came and spoke to you, It seems he met with an accident. He was taking his bike. He had a fall. He is in the hospital. Shall we go and see him?" So this priest said, "See him? He will have 38,000 people there. It will be a stampede. I don't want to go." But still he said, "Okay, let me go and see. 38,000 people will come and see him. No, let me go and see." He goes there. And when he goes there, he will see this boy. He has fractured his leg. So his leg, lot of plaster is put and tied up like this. And next to him is a mother chasing the flies. Nobody is there. And this priest goes to this boy and asks, "My son, in the morning you said you have 38,000 friends. Where are they? Nobody has come to see you. And Instagram you said 5,000 followers." And he says, "You have only contact and not connect." So the current generation of students have that one. They would like to know how many likes they have got, how many followers. So we must tell the children it is essential to build a relationship than just to have a connect. Earlier, somebody's birthdays, at least we used to take the phone, call up and speak to them and wish them on birthdays. Now, one message or a sticker or cut copy paste of somebody's message as a birthday message goes. Why? Where is our relationship with the others? Huh? So, see, where are we landing? Very essential to have a connect. One journalist, he was interviewing one monk in New York. So as he was interviewing, the journalist told the monk, "Sir, last time when you were giving one talk, you mentioned about the connect and contact. I have not understood properly. Could you throw some light on that?" And the monk looked at the journalist and said, "Are you from New York?" He said, "Yes." "Who is staying with you?" He said, "I have my father. My mother, I lost her recently. And I have 3 brothers and 1 sister." Then he said, "How often do you meet?" The journalist was getting irritated because I came to interview him and he is asking me the question. But since he is an elderly person, he said, "We met 2 years back for New Year." Then the monk continues his talk and he says, "Have you spoken to your father recently? When did you speak to him last?" He said, 1 month back. And he continues saying, "Did you speak to your father and asked him, how are you feeling after losing your mother? Does he need anything? Does he aspire to look at for certain things or something he wants?" Tears roll down from the journalist's eyes. Then the monk touches the journalist and said, it is very essential to build a relationship. You're only connecting with the people. You're having only contact with the people, but not connecting. And connecting happens through heart. Only heart to heart, if you talk, the connection happens. So have a connect. Our current generation of students do not have that. They're happy with their mobile, they and their mobile. 5 of them are sitting, 5 of them don't talk, 5 of them with the mobile in their hands. Nobody speaks. That is where stress builds in, because they're not sharing with anybody. They need to share their stress. They're not discussing anything with anybody. So that is very essential. That will affect their mental health, because all the time they're gadgets. They're born in the technological. I traveled from Delhi to Bangalore yesterday night. And for 2.5 hours flight, a mother was sitting next to me in the next, this one. Whole journey, the mother gave her mobile to the child. 2.5 hours, the child was looking at the mobile and enjoying the video that was on. Now, who is giving this kind of practice for the children? We are only training our children. If the child doesn't eat, one mobile comes and put food in the mouth. How we were brought up. You know, the young parents, I think we need to train them. We are only spoiling our own children, and then we are talking child is not listening to me, child is addicted to the mobile or TV, but we are giving way for that. We are giving an opportunity for these children to take it. Next. Teacher training with mental health awareness programs. Lot of programs are definitely required. Lot of programs NCERT is organizing, CBSE is organizing, various boards are also doing it. But how far we are participating in this? When we organize, last year, I was conducting a session online to the parents, how to help the children to reduce the stress level. Entire Karnataka, hardly 60-65 parents were online. That means nobody's interested. Nobody wants to know. Where is our interest? We should be coming forward to learn to help the next generation. So these teacher training programs needs to be implemented in your respective schools. We all go for programs, attend the workshops and come. But after coming, are we implementing there? No, we get a certificate, put it in the file, that's it, end. But we need to get back to school, have your own PPT ready, depending upon what you have learned, and share with the other fellow teachers. That is important. Because one school cannot send everybody for a workshop. School has to go, it has to function. So the teacher who has come out, you develop interest to prepare a slide based on what you have learned, and then present it to your school teachers. This is what I learned when I went out. So let us implement certain things in our school to help the children to reduce the stress level. Here, safe spaces, create secure spaces for open and honest conversation. In the school, how much space we are giving to our own children? Are we giving them the spaces? Sometimes, young adolescents speaking on the phone, mother may go near and try to listen. May do. Curiosity. With whom they are talking? The moment the door is shut, going on banging from outside. Open the door. So children are saying, give us space. Sometimes the stress level in children is so much, they don't want to talk to their parents because they feel it is the parents who are responsible for that. Sometimes the companionship with the children who are older to them. There was a student who is to sleep in the school in the morning. First period in the morning, he's always drowsy, always sleeping, eyes are small, continuous observation was done, and a parent was called and told, see, this is our observation. This means either he's not sleeping at night or he must be consuming something that is making him drowsy in the school. So you need to keep a track. So the father was traveling, only mother was there. And mother means they know how to handle the mothers. It was, mother was finding it difficult to handle the child. And whatever the child asked, the mother started giving. When he spoke to the father, he said, no, if you want your child, you have to be here. I told him very clear, kindergarten 3 years, 1 to 10, 10 years, 11th and 12, 2 years, 15 years the child is with us. But lifelong child will be with you. If you don't do things now, then there is no point in sitting and crying over it. So you act now. You may be working. You're working for whom? For your children only. If a child is not there, for whom the work is. So he had to talk to his company, take a transfer and come back here to Bangalore. And when I started talking to him, he couldn't believe me. He said, no, ma'am, maybe, night they sit and study for a long time, or maybe they're playing the video games and things. That's all reasons he told. I said, no, see, I don't want to take a final call on that, but I just want to alert you. There is something that you need to observe. And believe me, this father monitored the child so closely. One night he could see his own son getting out of the house around 2 o'clock. He goes to the neighboring building and to another apartment there where the engineering students were there. And he goes there and sits with them. And those are the older boys. He start getting addicted to drugs. They take drugs and they offered him also drug. So they used to take drugs. The whole night the child is awake. 4 o'clock he comes back home. So when he went, immediately father rushed to the drawer and checked, because all the time it is locked. It was not open. So he saw all the drugs and all in the drawer. So 4 o'clock the child comes. Then the friction starts between the parents and the child. He rushes to the school and meets me. He says, ma'am, what you said was correct. I said, keep him at home. And it was 10th standard annual exam, board exam. I said, let him sit and study at home. You monitor. But at the same time, don't be rude with him. I immediately referred him to Cardamoms who take care of these children. And 1 week he was there. They do the counseling. They do therapy for them to reduce the stress level in children, to cope up with this kind of, because some of the withdrawal symptoms are there if they're addicted to taking this. So after that, he became little all right, but he was at home only, continuing his studies. And then board exam, of course, they go to a different school to write the board exam. Never used to get a first day. He got up very late, board exam 10 o'clock, you can't enter. He reached 10 sharp. I was getting calls from the center saying the child has not come. Then that moment the child reached. And, then I got a, mail from the principal saying that your child has reached very late, ma'am. I cannot entertain him. He becomes late, things like that. Then I said, the child is not well. That's the reason. Medical certificate. What do we write in the medical certificate? Call the mother. I said, 1 hour before the exam, you wake him up and put him in the car and send him. I used to send my teacher to the center. The moment he comes, the teachers used to take him and rush him and put him. He was a good student. He wrote all the exams. After the exams, tomorrow the result. Today, he had some arguments with his father. He goes to the terrace and jumps and dies. 10th standard boy. And next day the results came and he's passed. We don't know what triggered. Because the moment unpleasantness happens, arguments happens in the house. And how far the children can take. We don't teach our children to face defeat. In the school, we conduct lot of competitions. First, second, third prize we give. For everything, first, second, third prizes are given. But what about those children who have tried and attempted and done well? No appreciation for that. There are children, whole year they are in the school, or maybe 7-8 years they are in the school. Not even one certificate they get in your school. Why? Nowadays, giving certificate is not difficult. You can make a soft copy of the certificate and send it through mail. You don't even have to print. But children are participating in so many activities. Please make one certificate, a soft copy, send it to the child. Let the children have. When you make a portfolio, we are telling the children to make portfolios. Where are the certificates for those children when you're not given? Let us make a soft copy. Sports day. For every child to give a participation certificate, what is going to go? Nothing to go wrong. Children will be happy. I participated, my certificate is there. Let him put it under the portfolio. Wherever children are taking part, don't give hard copy. Give a soft copy where you can save cost on that. Send it to them. Put one teacher in charge. Whenever the program happens, then this teacher is in charge of making the certificate. Simple certificate you make. And send it across. Let the children feel happy. Why only first, second, third scorer should get? When anything happens, we don't teach the children how to face the defeat. Sports. The child who runs last, we don't appreciate. He reaches last, he completes the run, but we don't appreciate. We tackle only the first, second, third there. Acknowledge them also. When we do not teach the children how to face the challenge, children do not know what to do and they end up doing like this. At the end of dark tunnel, there is a light. Tell the children, every one of us have got problems. We all make dosa in the house. Every dosa has got holes, isn't it? In everybody's house, every dosa has got hole. That means what? In every household, there is a problem. There is no person in the world who says, and I do not have problem with me. I do not have problem in my family. No, all of us have got problems. But how to tackle the problem, that matters. For that, we need to teach skills in children. Children have to be, leadership skills, problem solving skills. These skills are very, very essential. Collaboration. Then only children are successful. Otherwise, they end up doing these things. Okay. Now, here. Have you heard of this nomophobia? No mobile phobia. What happens? Suppose your mobile is not, the battery is dead. Or no internet connectivity at all. Or the bandwidth is very, very slow. It is not working at all. So what happens? You get so frustrated, you get angry, you get irritated. We may not feel that much, but youngsters feel that. So that kind of a disorder is called nomophobia. Here, zero inbox syndrome. Whenever the mobile happens, immediately you have to clear the message. Either it is mail or your messages or WhatsApp, whatever it is. You have to see everything and clear everything. So, zero inbox syndrome. That means in the inbox, there should be nothing. I have to see everything. Yeah. Digital amnesia. What does this mean? Before the mobile phone come, we had landlines. How many numbers we should remember? So many numbers. Now, maximum 3 or 4 numbers we may remember, not more than that. Maybe sometimes we will forget our own numbers. Some people when we ask, my number, I don't know my number. Yes, they forget. They don't know their own numbers. For everything we rely on mobile. Yeah, we use the mobile. Sir, how about the road? GPS. We know the road. Again, we put mobile to see the road. So for everything we depend upon technology on our phones. That is called digital amnesia. Here, one more. Okay. I'm not able to see here. Yeah, phantom vibration syndrome. See, sometimes on your phone, you put some vibration to get a notification. So under this disorder, there is no notification at all, but still you feel, oh, there's something coming, let me check. So go on taking the mobile out and checking now and then. This is called, phantom vibration syndrome. So these are all different disorders that are coming in now. And our children are all into this. Many a times we are as adults also like this only. Now and then we have to check the phone and see. Even midnight, when you get up to go to the washroom also, you have to come and check your phone. Actually, it is said it is not good for your eyes because bright light you should avoid. And again, your sound sleep will be disturbed. You can't get sleep again. So never see your mobile once you sleep. Midnight and you should never touch your mobile. Okay, the next. Sir, I'll show this video. I have till time till 3:30, no? Okay. I want you all to watch this video. And after this, we'll have a discussion. Ma'am, can you please play the video? This is done by ISKCON Pune. Very beautifully made video. Please have a look at it. Can you off the light or something? You can see it. Very disturbing video, isn't it? This is what is happening in our society. Many of our children are like this. Not that everybody are into that, but large majority are into this, where our role plays a very important place. We have, because all these kids come to school, so we have to train them. We have to nurture them. What is lacking is the moral values. The value system, what was there in our society, is deteriorating. In every household, I think we have to speak about the value system. Right and value system will not be inculcated when they are grown big. It should be done when the children are very, very small. When they start speaking or when they start walking. Bringing them, showing them God and telling them this is what God is. Showing them the picture. So they'll believe that there is God. Somewhere God will see us. That fear, it is there with all of us. We are all brought up like that. So talk to them and tell them there is God somewhere who will watch you always. Take them to the puja room. Make them arrange that place. Tell them to put flowers, candle lighting, cleaning the utensils that we use for puja, taking them to the temple. Talking about we must cultivate all these things to children right from young age, and our children will not go wrong at all. If you leave them, then things will become bad. Whatever the current generation, from wherever they are coming, I think we need to go back to our roots and teach them the values that are very, very essential in our life. Let us save our society. Let us save our children, who are the future of our generation. They have to continue. So let us play our role, whatever possible, within the limited area that we are working in, and do our level best, rather than, giving a blind eye saying that I am teaching only a subject and nothing else. We have to go beyond a subject. We need to go beyond a call, and let us keep the children at the center of our learning, and, weave our lesson plan according to their needs. With these thoughts, I would like to conclude and keep the floor open for any questions. I have another 5 more minutes. So any questions or any clarification? Or anything that you would like to share? Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon, ma'am. So after all these sessions and all, ma'am, this NCERT and RIEM has been part of all these explorations and all those things, and dwelling into the systems and conducting opinion polls and all. I think that NCERT is the right platform to bring changes in the scenario in the system of education. And we appeal through RIEM, the educationists like you, and NCERT professors and experts who are into the system, give us some techniques to minimize these things in the system of education. Because I belong to Navodaya system, where children at the age of 11 join us. And ours is a unique co-educational residential system. So we keep both boys and girls, adolescent boys and girls in the same campus. And unfortunately, we have no warden system. We ourselves are wardens who have to look into the residential pattern also. So with all this, I think that the deficits in the system, that pressurizing for marks and setting benchmarks and keeping them away from their parents, and all these things will definitely have a great impact on the young minds. So can we go for a better system in education where all these things can be minimized and go ahead with the right kind of the spirit of true education? That's what I want to know from. So it is NCERT who has to help us to bring some changes in the system.
Definitely, NCERT does a lot of things, ma'am. They do a lot of things. But what happens is, in your system, when Navodaya schools and all, Recently, I happened to meet one person, and he is shifting his child from Bangalore to one of the Navodaya schools. He says, he is from a very poor family. He said, I can't afford, 3 children he has got. He said, I can't afford education. If I put my children there, it will be a free of cost. Only thing, my child has to go and stay there. So parents look for it. It's not that they don't want to keep the child with them because of the, free education, residential school. That's the reason he's shifting the child there. So he says, my child shouldn't become a laborer like me. My child should study and become big. So that is his aspiration. So he's giving up having the child at home. It's very difficult for us to leave, keep our children away from us. Still he gives that because the facility that is there. And these are the best facilities which the government is providing for those parents who cannot take care of their children or provide education.
Yes, ma'am, it's true. We are proud that we have been attending the needs of the especially rurally talented children.
Sit, ma'am.
But even then, so if these stress and all these things are minimized and the changes that are to be brought to in the root level, if they are incorporated in the system of education, so we never feel, though we have been taking care of them 24/7, we never feel much stressed. But these things are all because our system, our organization also established that this year happened to be the year of highest suicidal cases in our system also. So after Corona, the COVID impact, so we have so many changes in the children, mobile addiction and social media, all these things. So can we hope for a better system where a lot of research is going on, so which can give us hands-on experiences how to handle and bring all these things in spite of looking into them and just feeling bad for those things. Can we minimize those things? That's what I want from NCERT people to help us.
In fact, policy makers at the ministry level, they have realized that's a national education policy into place now. So we are working in that direction to bring out, stress levels low in the children. So a lot of work is happening in that direction. It's not only for the children, even for the teachers. Yes. Because it is said, when a teacher reaches the school gate, you must take all the worries, tension and put in the dustbin there and enter the school and handle the children. As you come out of the school, again, take out all the worries, tension of the school, put it in the dustbin there and go home happily because you have a family waiting there. So again, responsibility starts from there. So I think we need to cheer up ourselves and tell, okay, we are all around us, can do anything and everywhere, and pat our back and take it forward. Of course, policymakers are looking into that. They will definitely bring a change, looking into the society, what we are in now. And changes are happening. 360-degree report card is also into place now. The CBSE will be shortly giving. Things are happening. It will definitely work in our stride.
Thank you, ma'am.
Anybody want to share any of your thoughts? Anything?
Madam, this is Pudari Arvind from Telangana Diet, Madam.
Yes.
Nizamabad district. Madam, I am asking a question. The blame on the science and technology, cell phones, internet, phonology. Did it not in the 1 year ago, 1 year ago, 10 years ago, 100 years ago, 200 years ago, this type of misbehavior is not with the students?
It was there. See, when we were small, it is not our teachers were not strict with us. Those we were beaten with the Nagarabetta, that stick. Punishment was so severe in the school. We were scared of the teacher. If the teacher comes like this, you run like that. We couldn't speak to. But nowadays, you can't touch the children. You can't even make the child stand straight and shout at him in the classroom. And the children also know you can't even make big eyes for the child. So children take advantage of this. They don't realize if the teacher
I am talking about the feelings of the students.
It was there. It was the feeling. But those days, depression word we never heard. We were sad. Okay. No, sir. See, if you go home and tell your parents the teacher has beaten me, before you could end up, mother would have beaten two for us. That kind of a reaction was there in the house. And we were sad. And what happened? Technology was not there. We used to be out playing and mixing with everybody. So this stress.
No, madam. I have a point of 1750. In the year of 1750, William Blake in English literature has written a poem on the schoolboy. It is very clearly said there is a extreme suffering of the schoolboy in 1750.
It
At
was
the age
there.
of 32, he has written.
Some of our scientists and
At
all,
the
you
age of
see,
32,
they're
he has
not in
written.
school.
Severe disappointment, severe dismay. Even he has treated the school as a prison.
See,
So
some
from the student side, it is from generation to generation, it is passing on. I'm not talking about the teacher's side.
No, even from our side
Feelings are
also.
same, suffering
Sir,
is same,
see, for me,
dismay is same.
see what happened when we were studying. See, for me, maths used to go beyond. I couldn't understand maths, so I used to hate that maths teacher. Okay, even now, if you see the scenario in the school, children want to be absent on the day they have not done the homework. They don't want to be absent on the day they have PT classes. They're allowed to play. So it is not that we did not have feelings. We also had, but we spread. Our feelings were mixed with everybody. We shared with everybody. It just merged there. But nowadays, children are not sharing their feelings. They are by themselves. So the stress levels are more. Earlier on, we used to say sad. We used to feel sad. Nothing called depression was there. But now the sadness has become so severe that has led to depression.
No, the freedom of the children, the freedom of the students is cut off in the classroom by the teachers. From that generation to this generation. Freedom is not there. Liberty is not there. That's why they are suffering.
No, we have to understand what is that freedom we are talking about. There are different, sir want to speak. There are different ways of freedom, sir. See, sometimes you have your deadlines to complete your curriculum, the syllabus. So we can't go on allowing the children to speak continuously, do whatever they want. Sometimes we have to put a break and tell them, no, we have to continue this. End of the day, if parents also will come back and ask us, where have you done? You have not completed your syllabus. Our management, our superiors also may come and check with us. These things are there. But when you're giving the freedom at the time, they should see what we say. We need to be very firm in our decision. Be flexible in interaction. Be kind and nice to them. But when you say no, it should be no only. It should be like that. So you have to be very firm with the children. Then they know. See, some teachers are finding that particular class is such a pain. Children don't listen to that. But some children, the same class, they find it very effective because she knows how to handle that class. It depends on the teacher, the skills the teacher possesses help them to handle their classroom.
That's true, madam. I just ask a question like this. Which subject in your school children, most of them liked? Answer we got. Same thing.
Physical school is where we do
think about that. Why? No, why?
I go for overall development of the students. I don't focus only on academics, sir.
No, that's
As the overall, I offer 30 different sports to the children. And in fact, under CBSE, out of 30 sports, in 18 sports, our children were at the national levels.
So, why are the children liking that?
Yeah.
So what we used to tell that your instruction should be like that.
Like
the freedom should be there.
Should behave like that. I don't want any children come to me with fear. I go to the children. They never come to me with fear. So it is, we are all together. I tell the teachers also, don't create a barrier. Children shouldn't get scared. The moment they find fear in you, they will not come and open up. But there's a different called respect is there. There's something called respect. Yeah. Where we have to command respect. The moment you look at, oh, the sir, so beautifully teaches. So it is a command that you give. And the child may come in. And sometimes you demand, oh, the child has not wished me good morning in the morning. The child may not like you. That's why he's not wishing you. So you need to command respect and not demand respect. Demanding is you're forcing the child to say. Commanding, the way you behave with the child, the way you interact with the child, how you're taught in the classroom, that makes the child, give you respect. That is important. Children should love all the subjects, but not necessarily push to one direction. These days, what happened, even parents, the moment the school gets over, swimming classes, dance classes, coaching classes, that class, this class, no time for children at all. Weekends also they are taken for classes. Where is the time to interact with family? So it's a lot of stress all over because competition is so much in the society.
Ma'am, excuse me, ma'am.
Yes.
By adding to that point, so nowadays students are like losing trust in both, like with the parents as well as teachers. What the teachers are doing, students are not trusting the teachers. They do, like you said, some teachers have some kind of teaching style. It may not work with the student. Parents are being authoritarian, like authoritarian parenting styles are being like more rude towards students. Like they want to be like strict and disciplined, but teachers can't do that because CBSE rules nowadays, like, okay, we should not touch the student. So what teachers are doing is, nowadays, like, directly they have a number, parents number, they immediately call the parents. And how it affects to the students. Can you explain, ma'am, to all?
Yeah, see, it is very, what happened, there should be a line that is drawn. So when you convey to the parents, we must tell them, see, when the child is in the school, it is my duty to handle the child. I cannot tell the parent, you come and handle the child in the school. It depends upon my skill how to handle. Parent is telling, when the child is with me in the school, he is handling. But in the school, if the child is misbehaving, I should be able to handle. I should read out and say, why is the child behaving like that? Sometimes children are not there in your class, they bunk and go. Why? Find out what is the reason. Maybe the child is finding it difficult to understand the concept because previous classes are missed out, or it doesn't have the aptitude to understand. Another one, maybe whatever you are teaching, you're so fast or not clear, there is no clarity, the child is not able to understand. Or sometimes the child may be having little difficulty in learning. That is why child is not able to grasp. Could be many reasons. Find out what is the reason behind. That is very important. You know, the helpline numbers came by CBSE. We are supposed to put all the helplines everywhere. And one day, one parent is coming and telling me, ma'am, I was a 7th standard parent. He's telling, ma'am, I have to apply for TC. I knew him very well. I said, what happened? You want to apply for TC? He was a retired army officer and his wife is a nurse. He said, you know, ma'am, yesterday, my son was troubling a lot. So my wife gave one right slap. So what did this child do? He called the helpline number. And immediately the police along with the child right commissions came to his house. So he's telling, it's such a shameful for me, you know, cops early in the morning to my house. So I want to put him in a hostel. He took the child and put him in Siddhaganga Math. So we have to talk to the children and tell them when to use that. You can't use it against your parents. Parents are there to support us, but children are innocent. They do not know. So we need to talk to them. And when the children, they go, the adolescent age is very crucial, where they need to be like with you like friends. Parents have to treat the adults as friends. You can't, bring them down or shame them or give them less respect. You have to involve them in every decision that you're taking. Treat them like adults and they will respect you. Okay. So teacher shouldn't pass stress to the parents at all. When the child is in the school, it's my duty to take care of the child. Yeah.
Good evening, ma'am.
Sir, you? No,
This is Trinath, Right Faculty, Vishakhapatnam. My question is, only we have a focused on 2 abilities like reading, writing, and expressing. Around our Indian education system, the Vedakalas, around 64 abilities they are identified, arts are abilities. But throughout in India, especially, some other countries are followed, but here is focused on only reading, writing, and answering. These 3 abilities. We are treating also, all these 3 abilities are right and well and good at. He is intelligent, treated as like that. Other abilities are value education, some other not given much importance. Why?
Now the changes are, sir, when we are studying also, we did have value education. Now it is slowly changing into life skills. We did have that. But now, NEP, under NEP, lot of changes are happening because of the 360 degree. We are analyzing the child in a totality. So that time all this will be analyzed, even the peer learning, peer interaction, peer assessment, how even the parents can rate the child. All things will come under 360 degree report card. So the child is analyzed. It is not only reading, writing, and expressing in the paper. It is changing. Now I told policy makers are looking into that. A lot of changes are happening. So let us hope for the best.
Changing on paper. Changing on paper.
Paper is happening, but gradually, hopefully, everything happens in practice also. Yeah. No, a lot of workshops are also happening in the since I am conducting workshop. I am also aware many places workshops are conducting, and many schools have drafted the 360 degree report cards, holistic report cards. In that, I think all these things will come. In totality, the child is rated. Yes, sir.
Excuse me, madam.
Take the last question, sir. Otherwise,
what is your opinion on the SSLC district ranking system, madam? because the pressure is building from here itself. Where what sir is told, teacher is what in on the stress, building stress on the students and everything. What happens, madam? We are ranking the districts according to the result of the. Then nowadays, what the practices are taking place? Our district has to come first. Our district has to come within the single digit place. Everyone are trying for that, even from the district. So, madam, then anyone has to come placed in 30th place or 33rd place, madam.
Yes.
Then everybody is trying, and from the January, when January starts, the pressure is on the district DDPs and diets, as well as the we call the meetings and build pressure on the headmasters, and headmasters goes to the schools and build pressure on the teachers. That is not there for. See, then what is your opinion? Because everyone, we say that we are building pressure. So this pressure starts from here and ends. And when you were, so we will be studying by that time, we have to complete the syllabus as per the norms of February and everything. Nowadays, department is telling complete the syllabus within December. November. Then do you say, is it with all activities and everything? What happens, after completion of the syllabus, starting series of examinations, and we all used to tell that don't grade on the marks, don't assess the students on the basis. But we do the same.
Okay, so I'll join back around 4 o'clock.
School, you have to take the admission. We cannot deny admission based on any problems. What's that be? Our school is an inclusive school. Yeah, not all the schools, but our school is an inclusive school. We do have. We actually, according to CBS, we cannot deny. We cannot deny, but internally what happens, we do not know. Yes. But what happens, sir? I hope somebody listens and does some changes. In this, I studied in government school. I studied in Kannada medium school. I did not have
Kannada medium ಅಲ್ಲಿ ತಾವು ಸ್ಟಡಿ ಮಾಡಿರಿ ಇವತ್ತಿನ ಬಂದೆ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನನ್ಗೆ ಈಗ ಏನಾಗಿದೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಮೇಡಮ್, ನಾವೆಲ್ಲ ಮತ್ತೆ ಇದನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಹೇಳ್ತೇವೆ ಎಲ್ಲ
online people will not understand Kannada. English.
That's why, madam. Then we all used to talk that, but pressure is building on the teachers. Then teachers transfer it to the students, and even parents also transfer to the students.
Yeah, everywhere. You see the JEE results. I was seeing the JEE
there
results
must
of the
be
school.
somewhat change.
Sometimes children themselves have the aspiration. I was seeing our school JEE result. 99.84 is the highest in my school. 99.74, 90. For point between them only the competition. Now, who is winning the competition?
The same competition is in.
Drop 1 year and do well. I said, why? 99 you got, still you want to drop?
Then suppose if a district has scored, madam, if a district has scored 90% in SMC, then it has come.
They will not get admission in IITs. No, that is why the pressure is there. Sir, if you don't score that marks, you will not get admission in IITs. You won't get the scholarship. That is why for the point percentage, they are ready to drop 1 year. Losing 1 year is not easy. Okay. So certain things, I think we should leave it to the policy makers. I hope they will also understand, because in some places, we cannot reach out. But let us try our best when the kids are with us. Let us see how we can reduce their stress level. Wishing all of you the very best. And thank you so much for being so participative. And thank you so much, Dr. Anil, for, making me a part of this program and sharing my little bit of knowledge, whatever I have. Thank you so much. Thank you.
I think you have already provided. I need not have to now add to that. We are sorry to shorten the session also, because the other resource person is already joined online. So what we do is that we will quickly finish our tea, all right, and then come back and join. Okay, because 3:45 we have given time to her. She's online. Okay, thank you. Thank you, madam, for all support. I will continue to associate. Thank you. Yeah.
இல்ல பின்னாடி இது பண்ணிருக்கேனே. I've done a background.
Srigala madam, are you able to hear me? Anil Kumar Desai.
Yes, I'm able to hear you, sir. Yes.
You have
think I'm one among the first persons who developed a model of promoting emotional well-being and mental health in 2000. And at that time, it was called life skills education. And this was, I do not know how many of you were also part of that life skills education movement at the time. This life skills was mainly identified for, it came into being because of the HIV AIDS movement in 1995, when the first case was identified in India, and before that in the sub-Saharan countries. So because of the UNICEF and NACO, life skills was almost equivalent to adolescent sexuality and reproductive program. Okay, but because we are psychiatrists, we thought that life skills are not only for sexuality and substance abuse, but it is for a comprehensive living. It is for everyday living. So our program focused on psychosocial well-being and the skills which is needed to develop that in adolescence. And so we developed the pedagogy. Dr. Kishore Kumar and I developed the pedagogy of training teachers and master trainers of how to promote psychosocial life skills. So it is not only focusing on sexuality and substance abuse, but on the whole well-being. Okay, so this is our, and I have been doing it. I have retired and our program was quite popular and we ran it in Karnataka. And all of you know that between 2004 and 11, the life skills program came to a standstill because of various public litigation cases by the teachers union and parents union. And then after 2011, it was the central government said it is up to each state to decide what sort of a life skills program it needs to have. Now in the last few years, I should say almost less than 10 years, life skills education has got a punarjanma, revival. And nowadays everybody is talking about life skills, and CBSE actually has made it compulsory that there should be life skills class. And many of the private schools also talk about life skills education. And now the focus is more on, instead of talking about life skills, people are talking about mental health and well-being. So I'm just going to talk about today when Dr. Anil Kumar contacted me, he mainly said that please talk about how non-academicians in the school, that is not the teachers, but the others, how can they become torchbearers of a life skills or a psychosocial program that can improve mental health and well-being. So that's what I'm going to focus on, but I'm going to give a sort of a preliminary of, it may be a repetition for you, but I'm still going to go to set the sort of a stage for most of the people who are in the audience. And you're all from school background, whether you're administrators or bureaucrats or DSCRT. We have a ready-made infrastructure of schools and colleges, which is the largest institution in India today. Okay, I'm not sure whether you can see my slides.
Recording in progress.
Can you see my slides, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, so it's the ready-made infrastructure which is available, and almost every child gets registered in a school. Yes, there is a small proportion of dropout, but there is a lot of effort by the government to prevent this dropout so that the child gets education up till secondary school. And then, though it is there, even today, I was listening to some of the things which the other teacher was talking about before I logged, just as and when I logged in. The schools even today, whether it is the syllabus before you finish in November or the awards or whatever it is, they are all focused on only knowledge and not on the attitudes, the skills or the potentials of the youth. because they want to see who comes first. In fact, I have heard, I am so much involved with students. Many a times, the children tell me, Madam, you all come and talk all these things very nicely. But at the end of the year, come May or June, whose photographs are put outside any school? It is the person who has got 100%, 99%. Does anybody put any of our pictures who have scored better than the previous year or attended all the classes, have been helpful, have participated in a lot of volunteering activities? Do we get any recognition at all in any of the schools? Absolutely zero. So schools still focus only on knowledge and knowledge and knowledge. That is reading, writing, and arithmetic and various. And today, of course, computer and artificial intelligence and coding have become very, very important. And then some of the schools, because of the HIV and substance abuse, and we are one among the countries which have a very high suicide rate. And also there's a lot of domestic violence. So some of these things are focused by some of the NGOs like NACO, and that becomes the focus in some of the schools. A holistic program of addressing the whole person, I have not seen it being done very successfully as an institutionalized program anywhere. I may be wrong, teachers can correct me, administrators can correct me. I have worked very closely with DSCRT, but not now. I have never seen a uniform program across the state, because education is a state, comes under the state. I have not seen it. Okay. And that is what is needed by adolescents. The present day education provides, as I said, it sort of provides with academic and technological skills. But today, I'm also a private practitioner after having retired from NIMHANS. And predominantly, my private practice, if I look at it, when I was in NIMHANS, it was difficult to treat. Very severe mental illness is what I used to see. But now I'm in private practice, and what do I see? I see a lot of young and middle-aged people who are in the IT industry or the law or in other industries coming and talking about problems of daily life. I am extremely stressed. I'm not getting my incentive. I do not have a good boss. I'm not able to work well in a team. I'm not getting the posting I want. I feel that I'm not able to give enough time to my family, to my parents. So the problems of I'm in love with somebody and that person doesn't want me. I'm not able to stop eating the junk food which the company gives me at 5 o'clock in the evening. So I'm putting on a lot. So it is the problems of living which I am listening to, rather than actually that I have difficulty in my coding or this or that. It's never that. So the system does not have any method by which these are addressed, or in the education system, whether it is either in the B.Ed classes of teachers training, there is some psychology and child development, either pre-service or in service. The CBSE has some materials on promoting emotional well-being and mental health and emotional well-being. I know that they have been there for almost 10 years now. But I have asked a lot of CBSE children, what do you do in your moral science / SUPW classes or civic classes? Do you do life skills? Do you do activities? Do you talk about some of the difficulties you face, some of the challenges you face? I've not seen any child saying, yes, this is what we discuss every week with the teacher. Never. It is always left to the student or the family. They say that we are not the custodian of the mental health and well-being of the children. We are here to complete the syllabus, come first, And that's our predominant work. I totally agree. Yes, teachers' work is mainly that, but we need to go beyond that, is what I think, because that's what's happening everywhere. And because it is your children who come to us when things have gone beyond their capacity. So what I always tell is we need to go beyond the medical model or the academic model and use a developmental model of promoting the psychosocial skills towards mental health and well-being. So when it comes to mental health, today we are treating only people who come to us and who have problems. Whereas this developmental model is more a positive approach of promotion. When you talk about promotion, it has to be something like your polio program. The polio program has no differentiation of whether a person is sick or not sick, whether there is a family history of polio or not a family history of polio. It is for everybody. And when it is a flu vaccination, you give to the whole country, all the children who are eligible for that. And it is done with various stakeholders. It is not only the pediatricians, it is not only the community level workers, it is the nurses, the Anganwadi workers, ASHA workers, school teachers, panchayat leaders, so every parents, so everybody is a stakeholder. And this is what a promotional program, if you have to stop polio, this is what has to be done. And so if the mental health and well-being of the adolescents has to actually reach a level of actually well-being, this is what has to happen in India. There is no other shortcut, I can tell you that much. Okay. It will be a universal program for every adolescent and youth who's inside an institution, school institution, educational institution, or out of the institution. Maybe a child who's in an NGO, in an NSS, or an Rotaract, and then it goes on to become a selective program for those who are at risk. Beyond that, who have already crossed that risk and become ill, they are not your concern. They are the concern of people like me who treat mental illness. So it is a universal program and a selective program. That's where people, the participants like you, come in. And the goals of the program are very, very specific. So it empowers the participants, that means the students and the youth, to improve their own mental health. When you say a mental health, it has not to do with, because apparently in Delhi, there is something called a happiness program, school happiness program. Mental health well-being is not equivalent to happiness. Okay, happiness is a different state. So mental health well-being is able to, when somebody is under a demand, a challenge, they are able to address it despite difficulties and then say that, yes, I didn't succeed in it, but I could face it. That is what is called a mental health and wellness program, and that's not a wellness program. So people have very wrong notions about what is being mentally well, what is being mentally healthy. And that is something, that awareness has to come through all the administrators and bureaucrats and principals and teachers and parents, and protect the existing level of healthy being. And interrelated problems will be there that we have to sort of look at it. So the basic thing is adaptation. It's a coping. People talk about resilience and the elasticity. What is resilience? Despite being in stress, you continue to function adequately. That is what is called resilience. So despite being stretched, the elastic continues. There is a stress on it, but it continues to stretch. but it goes beyond a certain level, it gives way. That is when they come to us. So resilience is, despite being stretched, despite being under stress, you continue to function in your role. And you take a lot of responsibility for your own actions and decisions. That is what is called empowerment. And that empowerment comes with recognizing your rights and respecting others' rights. A positive lifestyle, that means day in and day out, you are able to plan what you have to do and you follow that to within your own levels, because sometimes things are beyond your control, but still you find a method of adjusting certain things. And this you are able to, because a man is not an island. This you do with the help of the support system. For students, it's mainly the school, parents, teachers, their own peer system, the community, the locality, and other clubs they are part of. And you also, the student also should provide support to the system. That's where you become a facilitator, because people talk about peer facilitators. When you provide help to the system, whether it is the family system, whether it is the school system, friendship system, locality system, then you become an empowered person. So this picture is mainly to describe how it works. So you can see here, I'm not sure whether I'm able to, when it is a universal program, everybody is involved. So the other one is the specialists. So the number of specialists who will be involved will be very, very, very minuscule when you have a universal program. So we don't need psychiatrists, clinical psychologists, or very highly trained therapists in this region. But when you come to person who are having some indications of vulnerability because of poverty, race, ethnicity, family history, or personality, then we need some counselors, some trained teachers in mental health. And then when it comes to the other end, then the person, the number of children who will develop illness becomes less and less. Not all the children become ill. If you look at the NIMHANS survey, it's only 10% of the children become sick. And even in that 10 to 15%, many of them are conduct problems or substance abuse, which become all right over time. Okay, so then there is a need for the psychiatrist. So that psychiatrist roles and the mental health professionals roles become more and more. So this is an inverted sort of a cone. And why I say that is, when it is an universal program, every one of us is a stakeholder. And that is something, so teachers cannot say that, no, my role is only to teach. Every one of us is a stakeholder. A neighbor is a stakeholder. So that's very important. So from mental health, we are now talking about behavioral health and the lifestyle, because from the individual to the group to the society is what we see the transition. And if that happens, the whole society becomes an enriched society. Okay, so when we strengthen the mental health promotion, what happens? Not only the individual actually becomes an empowered person. When I say empowered, you're not a superhero. We are not talking about a Superman or, an extraordinarily capable person. We are not talking about Ambani's or Anil Kumble's or Virat Kohli or anybody like that. A person who's able to meet his needs or her needs. It also strengthens the community because, as I said, the child or the adolescent gives back to the society. And it also reduces the structural barriers when somebody becomes ill. Today, because of the stigma, high stigma, people are finding it so difficult to talk about mental health, well-being, mental illness, stress, trauma. When we become more and more aware, and then we do not medicalize every psychological problem. That's one important factor. But we understand these are problems of daily life, And when we become empowered to be able to cope with that, I'm not talking about success. Please understand my word. We are not talking about success. I'm not talking about getting 100 out of 100 in mathematics. We are talking about our daily life. Then there is a better chance of barriers will be removed either to health or to other services. And people become more empathetic and accepting. So we have talked about it. I think that is why this consultation itself is happening. But it's almost 29 years since I have been doing this work. I see some sort of a momentum only in the last 9 years. Before that, it was really a challenge. I can tell you my experience when we started in 2000, published in 2000, and we went to schools. There were schools who actually told us, "Doctor, you can leave." And there was one school principal who was a very, very famous with multiple branches in Bangalore and all over India. He, in fact, after listening to us, you know what he did? He called the security. He didn't even talk with us. He said, "Take these doctors out. They are irrelevant here." Those sort of things is what we got. And I do not know how many of you know the difficulties which we had between 2004 to 2011, where multiple consultations were held. Even any word which was called life skills was removed. And that's the reason why today you are having the same program called mental health and well-being, emotional well-being. Now, because they do not want to use the word, that has become a stigmatized word, from life skills to call mental health and well-being, which is very, very funny, which makes me laugh often. Okay, so schools, why schools? Of course, schools are there and they are available, and teachers are there, and they are surrogate parents, which they cannot deny at all. And this is how it has to be done. It has to be an institutionalized program, a uniform program across all types of boards. Teachers have to have continuous training, pre-service, in-service, monitoring and evaluation, and it should be integrated with the whatever culture we are talking about in the Indian society. There are a lot of things which are very specific to the Indian culture, and we need to be aware of it very, very humbly. Because if we try to import from the West, it may not suit us. It has to be a multi-pronged program, because by having one approach of only teachers, it is never going to help. Because unless it is supported by the administration, bureaucrats, DSCRTs, parents, religious leaders, the locality, the students, and this has to change the environment of the school. If it doesn't change the environment of how you teach your children, then it's not going to work. And that's why it's not working, probably. In the last 30 years, I have not seen any school having, and it has to be a developmental program. I'm not sure whether how many of you understand what is a developmental program supported by policies, because many schools run the program in a year in 52 weeks. They run it for 1 or 2 or 3 weeks. They may do it in 9th standard, they may do it in 7th standard, or they may find, you know, how we started the program when there were 2 suicides within a week in a school in 1996. Tuesday, one girl committed suicide, Thursday, another girl too committed suicide. Not because they were mentally ill. Both the children were happy in the morning. Something happened in the afternoon. One child lost money, which she had to pay the exam fees. The other child was scolded during the lunchtime by her mother for not paying enough attention to things. By afternoon, Tuesday afternoon, one child has hung herself, and Thursday, the other child had drunk T20. That's how we started the program. When we started the program, the first week, the hall was full with 1,100 teachers and 900 parents. Next week, some 100 parents and 100 teachers. Third week, no parents, 10 teachers. Fourth week, no parents, no teachers. If this is how a program, and we from NIMHANS take permission and go there, leaving our patients. If this is the way program is going to run, you study mathematics for which we use calculators in the end, 12 years. History and geography, which we do not use otherwise unless we are special interest in it, we read it for 12 years. But we are going to live from the day we are born to the day we die. We do not talk about ourselves in a regular manner. So, if you class teachers or school tell you, will continue. My consultative meeting today. I think the lady who spoke before me also talked about the National Education Program of 2020, and now it has been a bit changed also in 2024. Nurturing each child's unique abilities. This is something, so there are about 20 things, the highlights, and this is something which was relevant for mental health and well-being. And it also talks about promotion of creativity, critical thinking, ethics, and human values, incorporation of multilingualism and communication skills. And these are all part of the life skills, psychosocial skills that we talk about. And so that is something, when it is part of the your NEP, then there is a need to sort of address it. And again, what we are talking about is skills, not knowledge. Not because knowledge is theoretical. When knowledge, when combined with attitude, is transformed into actions, that is where we call it a skill. A skill is not a skill is a behavioral component. That's what I would like to tell all of you. It is a behavioral action. And that action can sometimes be accidental. For example, I give this example. I'm walking along the road. There is a lot of rain. There's a ditch, which is about 3/4 of a meter. I just jump and I land on the other side. That doesn't make me a long jump runner, a long jumper, long distance jumper. I need to practice it again and again and again and again till I am able to demonstrate it. A skill is something which I can draw upon and demonstrate at times of need. So if I am good in cooking, and if somebody says, I'm hungry, can you make uppittu for me? I should be able to immediately make an eatable upma and give it to them. That is a skill. There is no point in saying, my telling, take a cup of, light the gas, put a kadai. That's theoretical knowledge. So most of your children have very good skills, academic skills, in the lab, writing, deriving formula. But when it comes to how to talk with a mother, how to talk with a sister, how to talk with the teacher, but at the same time, not sound arrogant or rebellious, but assertive. How do you respect somebody else's opinion? What do you do when somebody teases you or bullies you? What do you do when somebody, when you fail in the class? Or you look at one of your friends who has much more things than what you have. So these are the skills which we are talking about, and this needs a lot of practice. And this is a practice which we have to do throughout our life. And if we understand that, and if we make the beginning in the school, then the child has a better life. And we have some of the biggest challenges happening starting in adolescence, like substance abuse, early sexual experimentation these days because of the globalization and permissive living, web addiction, phone addiction, abuse. Every day you open the paper, there is something about sexual abuse, rape, and divorce, and living together, not committing. So these are all happening, and we all see them as problems. But what were we doing when these could have been avoided, spoken about at some point of time in your life? I always say, what is the response of the boy or the girl when the mother or the father calls them, Anirudh, please come here. Often I hear children, Yenamma, prana tegitya. If this is the way. On the other hand, when the teacher says, Anirudh, come here. Yes, ma'am. Is this the way we are supposed to bring up our children? I don't understand. There's nothing wrong in saying, yes, ma'am. But shouldn't that also be there with the mother or the father? And when are they going to learn that? And who are the stakeholders in taking it to the adolescents or the youth? Youth, when I see very much even in BSc, BA, everywhere. It's relevant there also. Life skills are relevant from the day we are born till the day we die, even for me who's 70 years old. Okay. Families, parents, school teachers, counselors, bureaucrats, administrators, leaders, political leaders, NGOs and all the top people of the NGOs, communities, panchayats and everybody, counselors and local counselors, everybody is a part of that, including the students. And who are the non-academicians? This was the subject topic given to me by Anil, Dr. Anil. In the school, parents are important, but I don't think many of the schools have parents' presence except in a PTA. One of the things was that every school should have a management group where parents play a significant role. I do not know whether it happens in every school. I'm not talking only about the CBSE schools or ICSE schools. I'm talking about even government schools, aided schools, every school. So principals, headmasters or head persons, school counselors, now CBSE schools have school counselors, the correspondent of the school, the CEOs of the school, because many of the international schools call themselves the CEOs with multiple branches, patrons of the aided school, researchers. There are a lot of schools which allow researchers to come and do work in their schools, either internationally or nationally. They are also part and parcel of it. And we, mental health professionals, we come in. According to me, we need to come in only as a referral system and not earlier into a school. Unfortunately, we are doing this. So how do bureaucrats become the leaders? So starting with the commissioner or the principal secretary of public instructions and health and family welfare. That's the other problem, because I said it is multi-pronged. But here, things are so departmental. The education department has often difficulties, we have found, interacting and working in a close manner with the Department of Health and Family Welfare. On paper, yes, but in reality, often it is very, very difficult. So DSCRT directors and other division administrators, DDPIs, BEOs, DMHP, district mental health program coordinators, because they are also coordinating the school mental health program, adolescent physicians, because now we have a specialty called adolescent physicians, where they look after growth, menstruation, all other issues, puberty, everything. Panchayat personnel in rural schools, other management personnel. Okay. Recently, because there is a lot of now pull for the things, we are now working with the tribal welfare department. So which is very nice, because I've been now training tribal welfare school teachers and principals and their own administrators. Even yesterday I returned from Nagpur. Before that, we did it in Gudalur. Before that, we did it in Sikkim and Assam. So there are all people who believe in such a program. But the problem is nowhere it is done in a developmental model. Week after week, it's done once or twice. NGOs, Scouts, Red Ribbons, NCC, NSS, Leo Clubs, Rotaract, many more. I do not know how many more. There are organizations called Dream a Dream, which have done this program. So a lot of NGOs. I just want to follow up with how do principals become promoters of mental health and emotional well-being? They themselves should know what is adolescent development. They should understand the demands and the challenges of the adolescents and youth face, not from their side, from the adolescent side. Ability would work with issues beyond the academic education. Focus on skills. Vocational skills is different. Mental health skills and psychosocial skills are very different. They may have the same naming. Critical thinking and academic activity is very different. Critical thinking as a psychosocial skill for interpersonal relationship is very different. Whether I should choose this subject or that subject. That's a very different thing from the academic knowledge of physics or chemistry or anything like that. And they should believe in the holistic learning rather than only focus on academics. I do not know that attitude in the education system in our country will ever change. Willingness to provide these opportunities within the school environment. All of you may feel that I'm very negative, but I'm talking with the experience of 30 years. So it's nothing, 1996, I think we started in March before the exams. And then principals as program managers, participation, they should come for the sensitization program, sit through it, acquisition of information about what is this program, because this is a program, this is a methodology, this is a pedagogy with the themes interlooped into it. Scrutiny of the resources who are going to do it, whether it is a school counselor or the trained teacher, discussion with the management team and the teachers and the adolescents, selection of a particular comprehensive program, allow for the teachers to be trained, especially young, willing teachers and the support staff, and awareness program for the rest of the school, identification of financial resources to run the program, planning for the whole academic year, just as you would plan for physics or computer science in the beginning of the year, you plan mental health and emotional well-being throughout the year, every week after week, 1 hour is what we ask for minimum. Implementation of the developmental program, reviewing it, evaluating it, modifying it, liaison with mental health professionals, psychologists, mental health, family and health and family welfare department, and then identification of understanding the early identification of mental health issues in the students, training the teachers for that. Once they have identified, they should have a referral system where you send them. And once the children come back, decreasing the stigma, continuing to help them and realize their potential. So this is something which I've already said, volunteering teachers. You can train various types of children, various types of students, teachers, and you have to develop a network with other schools and other institutions. Insist on refresher program and before B.Ed, in the B.Ed system. Build an incentive system, because this is something all the teachers tell us. What do we get out of this? By doing this, we are already burdened by the syllabus, by the census, by the polio program, elections. So why are you giving us more and more? But in the government system, leave the CBSE because they have counselors now. But in the government system, teachers, I'm very sorry to say you are the only person who can do this. Nobody else can do this. The government probably does not have funds to employ people from outside to do this work of yours. And this is a priority for you rather than elections, census. These are somebody else's. You should object there, not for this program, according to me. You should all protest and strike that we will not be involved in, census. We will not be involved in elections, but we will do this. Active contact with the PTAs, parents and PTAs. Bureaucrats as leaders. It is because of one bureaucrat who understood our program that we were able to do our program in 261 schools. When we made the WHO CRO program, Vijay Bhaskar, who was the principal secretary, principal commissioner or principal secretary of public instructions those days, he came for the facilitation program. He had one look at the program. He said, this comprehensive program is what I need. I do not want only focus on sexuality and substance abuse. Your program has academics, that is psychosocial aspects of the academics, how to study, how to, manage your time, how to study for an examination, how to address an examination paper, how to improve concentration, how to improve attention. Why not drop from the stools? How to improve motivation? So these are academic themes. Then we have the nutrition themes. How to make a popular food into a healthy food? How do you use creativity towards that? What are the myths of health and hygiene? So do I have to comb my hair to be healthy, to be hygienic, or should I wash my hair? Okay. Why do I put a tikka? Is it for health reasons or for some other reasons? So many of these things of health and hygiene is the other program. And then we have a lot of communication. How do I communicate? Why do I have to communicate with my parents? How do I communicate with people of my age and people, students of opposite sex? What do I mean by empathy? Because everybody says to understand what it is to be in their shoes. No, that's not empathy. Empathy is something very, very different and very, very difficult. Okay. And if I fail, if I do not get what I want, what do I do? And sexuality. How do I understand my own chemistry? And sometimes when I look at people, there is a big upraise in my mind. How do I deal with that? So these are some of the things which we talk about, and not only about just sexuality, HIV/AIDS, no. So it needs to be a comprehensive program. How do I select my career? What is my social responsibility? Because today I find that even people who have studied MBA or BTech in IITs, they come to a shop or they come to a restaurant. They, wipe their hands, throw the towel down. They smoke, throw the cigarette butts out. So they don't think once or twice about it. Because they think, in fact, when I asked some girl, she said, there are people, I pay tax money because she is employed in an IT industry. I pay tax. It's the role of the BBMP to do it. That's the answer she gave me. I said, when you're throwing that tissue down, why do you do that? Why don't you put it in the dustbin? That's her answer. So what do I have to? I just picked it up and put it inside the bin and walked away. Okay, so the bureaucrats also should know the other programs. What is the actually NEP? Is it being implemented? What are the policies which are there? And what are the programs? Because many a times I find that there are competing programs. When we were running the programs in the school, there was the NACO program, and there was another program. So there are competing programs and teachers are burdened with that. You need to have one well-tested, well-established, evidence-based program for the whole country. And it can be changed according to the local, adapted to the local situation. By language, some variation in the culture. But other than that, we are all Indians, so it can suit something which can suit from Kanyakumari to Kashmir. With the changes, my changes with the language and other things. And one comprehensive program which needs continuous monitoring and review and modification. Consultative meetings like this. Promoters, so we have talked about as leaders. So as promoters, I think it is always, as promoters, they should be in the advocacy meetings. If bureaucrats are not in the advocacy and policy meetings, it is not going to happen. And they have to fight for financial aspect, time, and not to sabotage it with other programs of computer. I am not at all against computer science and coding and mathematics and physics, but this also should get equal importance if our children have to be healthy. Today, India has the highest substance abuse and suicide rates. And we talk about the great Indian mentality. We have a very high suicide rate. We have a very, not because of mental illness. It is because of the stress and not knowing how to cope with that. Often, suicides are impulsive, especially in youngsters. between the ages of 13 to 22, and highly impulsive personality, not being able to take no as an answer, or extreme amount of anxiety, which does not amount to an anxiety disorder. And people should have, whether it's the teacher or the bureaucrat, should have a positive attitude towards the non-formal program. You take any Western country, they have their problems, their children also, adolescents and youth have the problem. But every country has a mental health and emotional well-being program. And some of the countries which are leading in that are Australia, Mind Matters, USA. How do you think that they made America into a no smoking zone? Because of life skills program, Lions Ed's program. And so all the cigarette companies have now started focusing on countries like us. And now we have girls and boys and everybody smoking. Whereas if you go to USA, there's hardly anywhere you can smoke. And that has brought down. This is from 1970, they have been doing this. So if you have to focus on something, then you have to work intensely. It's not a quick fix. It is a lot of hard labor, just as mental health is a lot of, when compared to other professions. Surgery, you do the surgery and then you send it to somebody. Orthopedics, you fix the broken bones and then you send them to the physiotherapist. But mental health, you have to work. It's labor intensive. It's like parenting. At no point of time you say, I'm no longer a parent. I have done my duty. Mental health is like that. So people who are interested, go and look at Mind Matters of Australia, Kids Do Matter of Australia, and look at the Lions Quest program of USA. So promotion of comprehensive, inclusive, healthy schools, avoid competing programs, institutionalization of the programs of the projects as a program, financial resources and time, advocacy. Yeah, I think NGOs, all people have to work with DMHP because DMHP is available in each district mental health program, and they have school mental health program for the government schools. And if you can work with them, they will be able to support your training, your referrals, and sort of monitoring of your program, school mental health program, if it is there. Okay. An external audit of the program, if you are doing it as an NGO, as a camp, or as a program, please have an external audit, look at it. And with that, I will stop there and we can discuss. Time is 5 minutes to 5, so we can discuss that. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
I still do a lot of training. I do a lot of training of the master trainers and the teachers, volunteers, NGO heads, NGO people who are involved in this, counselors. And we have 2 types of program. One is for mental health professionals like psychiatrists, psychologists, community medicine, pediatricians, and school counselors, where we have a hybrid model of 18 hours on a Saturday, Sunday, 2 hours, 2 hours, 2 hours, and then 1 day of 8 hours, we do it. But the important thing in all these things is you don't get a certificate unless you go and do it in schools, 3 sessions. And then we have 1 training program of teachers every year or twice a year. We go from district to district. Last year we did it in Hubli. This year we are planning to do it in Tumkur. That's a 3 days in-person program because that's the needs of the teachers are very different from mental health professionals. And mainly what we do is we focus on the methodology and the pedagogy. So for clarification, when you are a teacher, teacher's role is very important because I'm also a teacher, a psychiatric professor, so a teacher. Didactic teaching is a very powerful way of getting knowledge across, information across, theory across. Okay. But becoming a facilitator is very, very different. The lady who spoke and was talking non-judgmental, people always come forward and things like that. It also means how to make the class into an activity-based, experiential for the students, for the adolescents and the youth, participative, not with the facilitator more, but among themselves, and then sort of arrange it, recognize what you have done during the activity, remap it into the skills which you need. You have to remap it, and then continue the work during the week till the next week, and then understand what we did, focused mainly on whether it was mainly on managing my anger, managing my time. Today's focus was managing my anger. Or how do I talk? What is the difference between aggression and assertion? What exactly is the difference between, giving 10 rupees to somebody in the signal vis-a-vis working with a child who's in my neighborhood, who's Down syndrome and is heckled by everybody on the street. So these are, and this is experiential, participative, peer learning. So the things come from themselves, and the facilitator should be able to encourage that. It should not become an advice class. The do's and don'ts are not at all there. It is what they say, you rearrange it, but you also should know what all should come in over practice and training. So being a facilitator is very, very different from being a teacher. Be a teacher throughout your day, but on one day, 1 hour, become a facilitator. That's what we try to do. So what it is to be a facilitator is what we train. We train them facilitator skills. We train them the pedagogy of the life skills class or the mental health and emotional well-being class. What are the steps in conducting a class? How do you do it? How do you plan it? How do you see that there is a continuity of the program, even when you are not there during the week? And then once we have done that, we say you bring in the themes. The themes could be anything. Many schools, when we do the program, our trained teachers go and do the program. Principals are willing to, we give them the books and then say, you choose the themes you want. Often they will choose only academic themes. And then before the examination, they will say, how to prepare for an examination, how to address an examination paper, facing failure, and to a certain extent, some of them may say, talk about suicide. That's the long and short of many of the, I have trained now at least 2,000 facilitators now, over 30 years, 2,000 or more. Okay, so they all come back and give that feedback. Madam, we are able to do only academic skills. As psychosocial skills, we are able to do that. Motivation, continuing schools, improving memory, improving attention. Beyond that, when we try to say something, principals or teachers say, no, that is not for us. But in CBSE schools, sometimes the school teachers, the counselors are able to do it. Suicide is one thing which now everybody wants because of the increasing number of suicides. But when it comes to substance abuse, many schools say, oh, we don't have that problem because students don't drink in our schools, they don't smoke in our schools. But every school wants phone addiction, web addiction, that they want. These are the realities which I see in the last 9 to 10 years. So pedagogy is what we are doing. Sir?
Yeah, please go ahead. Shall we
I'm
take
not-
some questions? Shall
There
we take
are
some
no
questions?
questions?
Yeah,
No
please
questions?
stop sharing.
Okay.
Stop sharing.
Sharing. Okay.
Your PPT, you can.
Stop sharing. No. How do I stop sharing? Because new share is what is there. Stop sharing. Where does it come?
There is a share. You just click there.
It says new share. So I'm not able to. I will click
Because
that down.
from your side, it's shared, no? Not from our side.
Stop share. Correct.
Yeah. Yes. Good. Yeah. Participants, please raise your queries or suggestions.
Madam, Madam, what about those who themselves indulge in drug abuse like tobacco, smoking, liquor taking?
When you say they
How can
themselves,
they
what
have
do you
the-
mean by that? What do you
What
mean by
about
that?
those? What about those who themselves indulge in? Wait. Anyone, teacher or anyone? What about
Anybody
those?
can.
Madam, is it okay?
When you say those who are either students or is it principals or?
Stakeholders, madam. I'm not talking about students. I'm talking about teachers, counselors, stakeholders, parents.
Yeah.
What about
Probably they
those
didn't have.
who themselves indulge in drugs like tobacco, smoking, liquor taking? How can they have the moral strength to teach the students about these things?
Yeah, I think one of the things is we are all going beyond the relevance of this topic because this is about non-academicians promoting emotional and well-being. Teachers and parents and principals and bureaucrats, they're all role models, including movie stars and icons and everybody. If Amitabh Bachchan is shown or Shah Rukh Khan or Virat Kohli is shown as somebody drinking, then it's not a good thing because they are also people in a way promote mental health, well-being and emotional well-being. So yes, I understand, but that person has to have, what do skills do? It makes you become aware of what you are doing. This is what we call mindfulness these days. So, and you say that, okay, I have done this. Is this helping me or not helping me? So if the teacher who's abusing drugs or tobacco understands whether it helps them or it helps his profession, his or her profession, helps others, his family, or the students, and then learns how to tackle with that. See, I'm not saying that drinking and smoking are morally wrong. I'm not talking about it. I'm not talking about morality of something. Because the person will say, I earn, I smoke, I drink. This is very different from touching somebody, raping somebody, stealing somebody, killing somebody. So it is a very different thing, sir. But if the person understands, has adequate, so one among the major skill is self-awareness and empathy. When you smoke, there is a lot of passive smoking by your children, by others in the society. So all these things are, so what you need basically is the primary skills. to understand these things, to become mindful of that, and then change some of these things over time, then they are fine. You all know the stories of so many people who have become, who have suddenly understood what they are doing and they have changed the course of their life. So whether they can teach or not teach, that's a very moralistic question. I don't think I should be answering that. But teachers can, they should not be drinking and smoking within the school. That I'm very, very clear.
Yes. Yes. Yes, ma'am. Good evening, ma'am. I'm Bharani, faculty of psychology in NCERT, Telangana. I have two questions, ma'am. One is, what is your opinion in schools generally to deal with emotional issues of students? Generally, some schools have teachers, some schools have separate counselors. So I think teachers, are you able to hear me, ma'am?
Yeah, you're saying that some schools have counseling. Yes.
Yeah, counselor, separate counselor. Some schools have teachers as counselors. Generally, they are do counseling. So, what do you think? Do a teacher should take care of the issues of students, or the special counselor should be needed to address the issues? Is one question.
Can
Or
I answer the
more.
question first? Okay. Sir, this is not my opinion or anything like that, sir. It is a question of your policy and what your government will allow. If the government says that all the state boards should have a paid counselor, then there will be a counselor. If your state government says all the state government schools and aided schools should have teachers trained as counselors, then teachers become counselors. It's not a question of my wish. It is a good idea to have a combination of both. Not every teacher can be for example, I can tell you even in NIMHANS, when the psychiatrists themselves become the student counselors, residents are not very comfortable with that. So whereas they are happy with them going outside and talking. So many a times a paid person may be good, but it depends upon your government, sir. Even the life skills program, that's what I've been trying to tell you. In the CBSE board, there are school counselors. So they come and do the life skills program, emotional well-being and mental health program. But in state schools, there is no opportunity, there is no finance, there is no position as a school counselor. So the teachers have to be trained. So it's not, yes, my opinion, I will voice it in a consultative meeting or a policy meeting. But whether that will be heard and then promoted, I have no idea. DMHP today focuses only on government schools and training teachers as facilitators and counselors. But that counseling again, sir, is a very brief counseling of day-to-day issues. Anything more has to go to a professional, to the DMHP.
Yeah, yes, ma'am. Thank you for the response, ma'am.
Second question.
Second question is that how if we think a mental health well-being program to be promoted in the schools, you said that bureaucrats of especially politicals and all these should have the knowledge of adolescent and issues knowledge about it. So generally some of the bureaucrats may have, but some may don't have. So what kind of programs can be done to make aware about their and make them to identify the importance of promoting mental well-being in schools?
Sir, your NEP now has said that we need to promote holistic development. All right? Yes or no?
Yeah.
And you are a bureaucrat or a teacher, or who is it?
Teacher.
Yeah, you're talking about a bureaucrat. So are you willing to be trained as a facilitator and run the program week after week after week, sir?
Sorry, ma'am.
Are you willing to be trained as a mental health and well-being facilitator and run the program every week for an hour?
Yes.
You're
If
willing to
time
do
per-
it. You're willing to do that.
Yeah, if time permits and timetable, what is called, ma'am, is part of what is called after the academic work to time permit as a teacher, we want to promote.
So that is not the way mental health works. After the academic work, if time permits, no. This is more important, according to me, than the academic work. That's what I have been trying to tell you. You are exactly
Yes.
talking like a teacher. After
Yes.
the academic work, if the time permits, there is no time at all, sir. You have to find the time within the academic work.
Yes, ma'am.
You
Actually,
mean to
yes.
say mental health is more important than passing, is less important than passing mathematics?
Yes, ma'am. I do
Definitely
agree.
not, sir.
No, ma'am. I said what because generally a teacher thinking like this. That's what having problem in the school.
So let us talk about teachers. You are a teacher. Let's talk about teachers rather than talking about the bureaucrats. The bureaucrats sit in the policy meeting and they all write very good policies. Only thing is there is no implementation. There is no finance for that. There is no training of the teachers. It's not made compulsory for the teachers and it is not made compulsory in the schools to have mental health and well-being program every week. So
yes.
What is the big idea of, talking about bureaucrats? One bureaucrat made a change, sir. I can tell you that much. That's what I'm saying. Mr. Vijay Bhaskar made so much of difference in those 4 years. But what I'm trying to say is there are so many other steps below that. Nothing is happening, sir. It is all patch, and multiple competitive programs in a school, multiple training of the teachers, and you are all burdened with either election work. Sometimes I see in many of the village schools, polio vaccination, census work, and no teacher protests for all these things. There is no strike by the Teachers Association towards this. But when it comes to life skills, nobody does it. I've never heard of in the paper or anything, teachers striking against not doing election work.
As it comes to the bureaucrats, are they expect us to do that work?
No. But you people can strike, no, when your salaries are not increased, you all go on strike. So similarly, you should go on strikes. That means people know how to strike, including myself. I know if my salary is not increased, along with other professors, I go on strike. So if I know how to strike, I should strike for other things also. I should not be selective in my strike. I should be selective in what I strike for. I know why, the election duty and the polio program are all accepted, because I know that there is a financial gain to a certain extent. But for life skills program, there is no financial gain. Am I correct?
Yes, yes, ma'am. That's correct.
That's why teachers accept such things.
That's what I'm also saying that one only, madam. If the from bureaucrats come, it will be easier to not.
No, it is the teacher's responsibility. If you think that somebody else is responsible for whatever you do, sir, I'm asking you a simple question. Why is it the Teachers Association is not striking, saying that we need money for life skills program? We will not work for election duty. We will not work for polio program. We will not work for census program. That is not our job. You don't have an answer for that. You are talking about bureaucrats, sir. You have a large mass of teachers in Karnataka. You don't think you have a responsibility, sir?
Online participant, anybody has any questions?
Yes.
Online participants, are you able to hear? Please, anybody else here?
Good evening, madam.
Good
Yeah,
evening,
go
sir.
ahead.
Madam.
Suddenly it went off.
I'm a teacher in Kendriya Vidyalaya number 2 Belagavi, madam.
Huh?
I'm teacher in Kendriya Vidyalaya number 2 Belagavi, madam.
Okay, sir. Tell me, sir.
Okay, madam.
I cannot hear you, sir. I cannot hear Mr. Dr. Anil,
Yes,
sir. I cannot hear him. Sir, is there a bureaucrat in your group?
No.
Because that question asked by the previous teacher, a bureaucrat can answer that question.
No,
I
we
want to
have,
hear from a principal, sir. Can any principal or a DDPI or BEO ask a question?
there are many principals here, offline, online.
Why is it that they are not asking questions? Because one teacher has asked, another teacher wants to ask something.
Sorry, you can. Charijan, 1 minute.
Hello, ma'am. Good evening. We have had a wonderful session, and you are the right person because.
Who's talking, sir?
This is principal of Kendriya Vidyalaya, madam.
Kendriya Vidyalaya. Good, sir.
Hyderabad. I didn't follow exactly what he asked one of the participants and what he meant exactly. I couldn't follow that time. And now the other issue, the acceptance from the parents. That's a bit, a big challenge. When we ask the children, parents, especially the institutes like NIMHANS or NIMH in Hyderabad, when we ask the parents, when we notice certain, flaws in their behavior, and even when we consult with the local counselor, and also these parents, because of the societal pressure, they don't take them to the professional helper, like institutes like NIMH and all, for some kind of, where if they take at earlier stage, things would be still better, I believe. Is that so, ma'am?
That's good, sir. That's good. But what I always like to point out always, sir, is we are talking about step 3 or 4. The whole idea of the mental health and well-being program is a promotive and early identification program, sir. Okay. If we are able to, suppose, why do you think that today the infant mortality has come down in India? Because we are able to provide good pre-pregnancy care for the woman, provide good pregnancy delivery care for the woman, immediate vaccination, a regular vaccination time, which is followed by the government, so which leads to better child health, isn't it? It is a promotive program.
Yes.
So we are talking about step 1 and 2. Again, as I said to the other teacher, we should be doing what is it that we can do, sir. You are a principal. If you are able to run a program in your school week after week with a good provide training to your selective teachers who are interested in such a program. And then there are 2 hours provided by the government, by the board, either as a moral education or SUPW or value education, which is usurped by mathematics teacher, coding teacher, computer teacher. But make it compulsory at least 1 hour every week, not an advice class, but a life skills class of a teacher who's trained as a facilitator, who talks about things, does activities, and then discusses for 20 minutes, where there is participative, interactive, experiential learning within a safe environment, and gives them home assignments and makes them become aware of their own behavior week after week over at least 4 to 5 years. And then the same teacher is also sensitized to identify early symptoms and then does some interventions at their level. Then a significant proportion of them need not go to the mental health psychiatrist or psychologist. So that is beyond your control, sir. But what happens within your school? You can do that, no, sir. Because all the time we are talking about somebody else, including me. I'm talking about the bureaucrats and the principals and the teachers. But what is it that I can do? That's why despite 30 years of failure of promoting mental health and well-being, I'm still doing the training, sir. Because that is all within my control. Nothing else is within my control. I run a program almost every month, sir. And that is all I'm able to do. Beyond that, I'm not able to do. You are a principal, you have enormous amount of capacity and control. If you could look at a comprehensive program and remove all other programs which will improve the mental health and well-being and run it week after week after week, starting from 1st standard to 12th standard, if that is not possible, at least start in 8th standard and finish it till 10th standard. And see these children, how they turn out, whether they need more or less psychiatric help, you yourself will come to the conclusion.
Yes, madam.
There's
Thank
no
you, ma'am.
point of talking about, parents. Parents, have them in your management group. Do you have a school management committee, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Are their parents actively involved in that?
Yes, yes.
Every 3
parents-
months you have a meeting?
Yes, madam.
And do you discuss life skills program and mental health and well-being programs with them, sir?
Chairman doesn't allow that much time.
So that's what. See, it becomes no. What happens is we are constantly talking about why something is not done. And this has been my experience in the last 30 years, sir. I have a few more years to live. And I don't think anything is going to come out in this country as a uniform implementation. Because I find that every stakeholder, whether it is the bureaucrats or the CEOs and the correspondents, the principals like you, the teachers like the other person, the parents, nobody is willing. And the person who suffers the maximum is the adolescent and the youth. That's why we have more and more increasing psychiatric morbidity, substance abuse, and suicide rates, domestic violence. So everybody is saying, oh, he is not doing it, she is not doing it, government is not doing it, Modi is not doing it, Sonia Gandhi is not doing it, but I am willing to do it. Parent is not willing to do it, so I cannot do it. So it will never happen, sir.
No, ma'am. I mean to say, parents, they are not willing because of the societal pressure. However,
sir,
we
are
tell
talking. No, sir.
No.
Again and again, I'm trying to say, you are talking about I showed you that inverted cone picture. So you are talking about the children who are in the extreme, 10% of your population. I am talking about the 90% of your population.
They could be managed at school level.
That is what, sir. How could they be managed? Because if we run the program, tomorrow, these children will come out as better citizens of India and global citizens. We are not talking about the 90%. We are only focusing on, that is not a mental health and wellness, mental health and emotional well-being program, sir. That is a school psychiatric program. That is not what we are talking about. That's a different program. We are talking about promotion of emotional well-being and mental health, not mental morbidity. I hope all the teachers and the bureaucrats and the DDPIs and the others understand the difference. There is a difference between morbidity and wellness.
Yes, madam.
I am focusing on the 90%, sir. You are focusing on the 10%. Like
Okay,
I
I'll
said,
also 90%.
so
madam. Thank you.
I am, for example, many people say there should not be suicide. Yes, we should work a lot on preventing suicide, but there will be a small proportion of people who will still commit suicide in any society, sir. Even in the best of the society, they'll commit suicide. Impulsivity, they may commit suicide. Similarly, you can bring in prohibition, but still there will be a proportion of people who will drink, who will smoke, who will abuse children or women or elders. So these are all there. That will be a very small proportion. Because of that, that doesn't mean we should not be focusing on the rest of the people where we can help them to shine better in life. And that's the whole idea of that you make the rest of the 19 children not as people who are good in mathematics, physics, by rote learning and knowledge and theory, but people who are able to think creatively, critically, manage their communication skills, manage their relationships, work with vulnerable people empathetically, become diplomats who are mediators, know their strengths and weaknesses, accept their weaknesses, ability to say sorry, ability to forgive somebody, be socially responsible, accept their rights, accept others' rights, respect others' rights. Solve problems in a manner which is acceptable, which is suitable to them. This is what we are talking about life skills education, sir. And what,
thank you, ma'am.
And what goes towards small steps towards improving all these things. That is life skills program for the 90% of your population.
I think we may conclude now. If no more questions, I think it has been a wonderful session, madam. We could see your energy level. Still, our energy level has gone down.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the participation, sir.
Yeah, very nice.
All the very best for your remaining 2 days of consultations.
Yeah, you are an authority. You can make influences on other bureaucrats. Please continue.
Very little, sir. Very little. I can tell you that I have had very little influence. I have see, even you, immediately I say yes. Anything to do with life skills and emotional well-being and mental health, I say yes as a promotional program. I never say no to any of these things, but I'm not talking about people who have become sick or who have become, they are all to do with the child and adolescent psychiatry people and DMHP people. That's not my area of expertise, sir. Though I'm a trained child and adolescent psychiatrist, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about step 1 and 2. Step 3 is something very different, important, but different. Thank you, sir. Thank you, everybody.
Yeah,
all the very best.
You for this particular session. I think every participant have enjoyed your talk and learned a lot from the experienced background of you, madam.
Thank you,
On
sir.
behalf
Thank you,
of
Dr.
the
Anil.
institute and my personal behalf, I thank you for wholeheartedly, and we will continue to associate for other programs in future also. Thank you.
Sure, sir. Thank you.
Recording stopped.
We call it a day today. How was it? Yeah, all right. Hectic, not too much also, isn't it? Okay. So we will have. Yeah. Yes. Madam has been there for 40.
Yeah, it was good, sir. We really enjoyed listening to all the speakers. I'm an online participant, principal from Hyderabad region, Kendriya Vidyalaya, KV number 2 FA Dundigal. So especially I really enjoyed this last session where madam has enlightened us so much about step 1 and step 2 and about the life skills program. However, I would like to assure that, by giving training to us school leaders, madam can have some faith in us, because madam, a bit, somehow we felt that she was like as if she was losing hope. She has been training people for so many years, and it's really, a great effort that she is doing for the society at large. But I'm sure that things would change for the positive, as she was talking about, the conditions of the mothers, the postnatal care and all things, how, facilities are changing over the years. I'm sure that as people are started, creating an awareness about the mental well-being of students in the Vidyalayas and even otherwise outside also of every individual, I'm sure that this also will bring about a revolution in the system. It will bring about systemic changes, and over the years, definitely, there will be positive change in this side also, sir.
Yeah, I think
So
we
really,
have to start from school itself. Let
yes,
us
sir.
the change start from school. We do something for our students.
Yes, sir.
Definitely, a change will happen to the whole system, so that we can say that madam was wrong also. She was not hopeful that how long it will take, isn't it? You can
Yes,
show
sir.
it. All right, I think we will stop here.
Yes.
We will start tomorrow at 9:15. All right, and 15 minutes are there for today's. What is the reporting? I hope someone can voluntarily agree for reporting today's work. We will talk to them only. You two people, good. All right. Anyway, brief only, 10 to 15 minutes. All right. Any other suggestions you have? We are sorry that today, the food was not sufficient due to some, number problems. They couldn't communicate exactly. That was the reason. Tomorrow it will not happen. Yeah. Yes,
Sir,
yes.
do we get all the PPTs, sir?
Yeah, that all we will get it. Don't worry about any material.
Because we are attending so many training programs, people will assure, but on the final day, means they won't give.
No. It won't happen
experience.
to
With that experience, I'm
our
talking, sir.
the present coordinator. Nobody has complained like this. They were
I'm talking about our experience, sir. Our experiences.
Yes, that could be, but we will see that that is you are going to change that viewpoint.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
Actually, last year, 2024 January, I stayed here for 1 week, sir, in the same hotel. So that time also we suggested them that to have a separate cards for 2 individuals, because we are from different organizations, different schools. And at this age, 4x6 cot and 2 of us are sharing is very inconvenient. That time only we said that other facilities we can adjust, but health-wise issues also will be there. So you kindly take at least for the next session of training program or workshop. So the little bit of betterment. Now I was a student here. I told you that we never had fans in the hostels also, but now the climatic changes are a lot. It's very hot now in the month of February only. So we don't have mesh to the window doors. So we have to sleep inside, closing because of mosquito fear. We have to close the doors, and the whole night we have to sleep without any ventilation outlet outside. So all these things, because we are from far off places, and our at this age our health is also a big concern for us. So at least mosquito slides are there. We can keep the glass windows open, and we close. So next time, because we are all KVS and NVS people, and I think the state governments are also, we are eligible for better accommodation and better travel facilities. So if NCERT allows us, just to call for a training and allow us to come at the expenses of our own organization, it will be a better choice for us. So kindly think of it, sir.
I think your suggestions are welcome, but our experience is that TAD has to be borne by the institute which is organizing the program, because you may not have an account for that, is it not? A head for that. So usually they ask, but anyway, as you are coming as a participant, we have limitations in providing your entertainment, even for accommodation also. Yeah. Correct. But you. No problem. You are getting a good food here, is it not? Not that food, is it not? All right. So whatever the difficulties, please adjust with that. Courts and all and that are all not in our hand, because that is an entirely different. Now you can even shift to the new apartment. That we can allow. There are some people shifted, is it not? That you can talk to them and shift to a new apartment. All right, you can think about that. But there also, you see, family courts are there, which are existing, because it is not our provision. We don't have now a guest house or anything to accommodate you people. We are overloaded with our students only. Even we constructed a new Saraswati hostel, but again, our facilities are not enough. So that's how. Anyway, we are managing with the private parties, and we will just convey to our authorities. That's all I can do. No dinner. You will get a DA. No dinner here. You'll get a DA. DA, from the DA you can spend. All right. I think you all know. Okay.